Are we on? A very good morning and welcome here to the first youth ODI here between South Africa under 19 and they're taking on the visitors here, England under 19. Benny Hansen, he is captaining the team here from South Africa, and we've got Archie Vaughan, the son of Michael Vaughan. He's going to be captaining England out here. We also got the match referee, Clifford Isaacs. He's going to oversee matters here, not just today, but during this whole series. But for now, we're going to ask Benny Hansen if you can get the coin, and you're going to toss the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And tails it is. Okay, Benny, just join me here. What do you decide to do?
We decided to bat first.
What's your thinking behind that?
I think if you look at the wicket, there's definitely something in the morning. I mean, we all know that, but I think if we get past that, then we can capitalise later, and our spinners can take charge in the afternoon.
You guys have come from Akai Majola and then Cubs week, and this is great that you guys have got good opposition to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely strong opposition, and we're all excited for it.
Yeah, what do you make just of things in your team going forward? Can we expect something that you guys can really play a game that shows your excitement as well and enjoyment in the game?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just met up this week. We all played against each other through Akai Majola and Cubs, but I think we're all excited for today, and it's a true challenge for us, but I think we're all keen, yeah.
Listen, go well today. It's a good day. Sure, you're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much.
Archie, what would you have done if you had to win the toss?
Yeah, we would have done the same, yeah.
Yeah, pitch looks a little bit dry as well, but I mean, you've got good spinners as well and some good seamers, so you might get the conditions you want early doors.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll make the most of the early morning movement. But yeah, just try and make an impact in the first 10 overs, I guess.
Yeah, we saw you at the warm-up game, so there's a lot of things that you probably want to make right there. You had them in trouble there, 6 down Western Bronze Academy. You want to capitalise on those moments?
Yeah, I definitely think when we're on top, we just want to put a foot on the accelerator a bit more, get the job done. But, you know, we've got full faith in our seamers, and then our spinners take charge in the middle.
Yeah, well, so it's going to be a good pitch. Maybe it'll take a little bit of time, but you guys got a good set of batters with you as well, guys that played first-class experience.
Yeah, 100%. We've got a lot of experience, and we sure have a go. So, well, it'll be a good challenge.
Go and enjoy it in the sun.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
That's the news here at the toss. It is the home side, South Africa under 19, captained by Benny Hansen. They have won the toss, and they've elected to have a bat first.
Welcome here to the Western Province Cricket Club for this youth ODI between South Africa under-19 and England under-19. I'm James King, with me Ezra Poole. And Ezra, the toss, South Africa winning the toss, deciding to bat first on what looks like perhaps a tricky surface. What's your feeling?
Yeah, morning James, morning viewers. So having a look at the wicket, you can see that at the ends there'll be a bit of turn. So I think the team that won the toss was always going to bat first, and then obviously try to apply pressure towards in the second innings, you can say.
Yeah, England, the under-19s from England have chosen to go in with their two frontline spinners, Tazeem Ali, Farhan Ahmed, and probably backed up with Archie Vaughan. Looks like they've got they've left out two of their bowlers that bowled in that warm-up match on Monday, Alex Green and Alexander Wade. So they've clearly assessed the situation here. It's going to be really a spin-friendly pitch.
No, 100%. And I think with the legendary Pakistani leggy Mushtaq Ahmed joining them, I think that they obviously thought that the wickets will be low and slow. They've obviously assessed that. We saw that at the Kaya Majola and at the Cubs week, that as the week went on, and the wickets, because of this time of the year, have wear and tear in it, and they'll obviously go with the spinners then, and I think that would be the best way of attack.
Yeah, South Africa under-19 as well have put in their team, which is a little bit more spinner heavy than it perhaps would have been. A couple of the faster bowlers missing out.
No, 100%. And I think that the way the South Africa planning is obviously get a big total and then put them under pressure like that. But then again, you never know how England, what their approach would be, especially against the new ball, because we found that when we're busy in the Western Cape, you find that a lot of teams will attack in the power play and then kind of just try and cruise their way through the game.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how they match up in this first youth one-day international. Should be a fantastic day here. Set fair. No chance that weather is going to interrupt us here. Lovely breeze blowing across the ground and beautiful setting for cricket.
No, 100%. And just looking at the outfield, it's a little bit lush, but I think it will be better than most of the outfields that these boys have played on, especially the South Africans.
Yes, so we're looking forward to a fantastic day's play here at the Western Province Cricket Club, and we'll be underway in just a few minutes with this first of the 3 one-day internationals. good to go. Welcome back to the Western Province Cricket Club as we see the two umpires making their way out into the middle for this, the first of 3 youth one-day internationals between South Africa under-19 and England under-19, and umpires Kaulani Ntuli and Shezi. Umpire Shezi standing, I think it's going to be at this, the northern end of the ground, and the southern end of the ground, perhaps we'll call that the Weinberg end, is going to be umpire Ntuli as the South African batters make their way out into the middle. And it's going to be interesting to see. With me, I'm James King, with me Ezra Poole. Ezra, it's going to be interesting to see how the South African batters can adapt or work on this surface. It does look like perhaps not such an easy surface. They're going to have to try and get themselves in, so perhaps not going to see the fireworks in the power play overs we might have expected.
Morning, James. Hope everybody is well. Yes, you're right, but you see, the thing is, especially in the Western Cape, you'll find that the ball does go around a little in the morning, so I think the first hour will be key from England's point of view. I think if they get the ball in the right areas, I think that it could be a difficult task for the South African openers.
And those two South African openers, Adnan Lachadin and Semal Pillay, and it is going to be Harry Moore who's going to open the bowling, his right arm over the wicket from the southern end of the ground, and it will be Adnan Lachadin taking first strike here today. The England team is, just to give you that team, Ben Dawkins, Ben Mays, Archie Vaughan, the captain, Aryan Sawant, Farhan Ahmed, Thomas Roux, who's the wicket-keeper, Harry Moore, Joe Moores, also wicket-keeper, but he'll be batting today, and Jack Home, Tazim Ali and James Minto. 2 frontline spinners in that team and 3 seamers, and as well as the off-spin of the captain Archie Vaughan. The South African team, Adnan Lachadin, Semal Pillay, Jason Rolls, Benny Hansen, Daniel Bosman, Bandile Mbata, Chad Mason, and Kobani Mokwena, Ray Daniels, Inati Kachini and Paul James as the first delivery just through outside the off stump and through to the wicket-keeper. A little bit of pace there on that one, just left alone by Adnan Lachadin.
So I think it's going to be an interesting battle, because watching Lachadin bat over the last month or so, he likes the ball that is actually wide. So
Okay,
he thrives on width. So it'll be interesting to see how Moores goes about it. He's a tall guy, so he's going to hit the deck hard. And bit of bounce, looks like it. Let's have a look at this delivery.
And as you say, outside the off stump, playing square of the wicket, where say very strong square of the wicket, Adnan Lachadin, and South Africa under-19 are underway off the second ball of the innings. Harry Moore, his father Stephen Moore, born in Johannesburg, played for Derbyshire, and Harry Moore also 3 first-class games for Derbyshire, 10 List A games, and already 12 wickets in List A cricket with a best of 3 for 45. He's played 1 youth test match and 2 youth ODIs, and 4 wickets in his first test and only test, and 2 wickets in out of his 2 ODIs. He's towards us again now. That's down the leg side, and there will be signalled wide, the first extra of the innings, and just trying to get something on that one down the leg side. Pillay, it's a left-hand right-hand combination early on for South Africa under-19. What you would have expected, Ezra, having seen these players over the Kai Majola and the Cubs week?
So Pillay was more a top order batsman, but I think I see that South Africa's obviously used him as an opening batter.
And he's nicely in behind that one, Semal Pillay.
So he's quite a aggressive kind of batter, James. But like I said, it's obviously the standards are a lot different. So we're looking at an England team that I would say the majority has played first-class cricket.
Yeah.
So that's all. It will be a test for South Africa.
It will indeed, and as you say, Ezra, a lot of these England players, in fact the vast majority, only one or two that haven't played first or second 11 county cricket. That's nicely played off his hip by Pillay, and he's off the mark as well, and South Africa move on to 3 without loss in the first over. So just not quite getting his lines 100% right yet. More left-hand, right-hand combination probably just assisting in him not being able to quite get it right.
I think obviously the first over it's kind of feeling his way into it. It's an unnatural surrounding for him. So I think he's just looking to find his rhythm. And that's a good area. I think that if he hones in there, it will make things very interesting for the South African batters.
Yeah, actually ended up being a very good leave there by Adnan Lakhdin, and leaving probably more on bounce. And Harry Moore, a tall young man, we chatted to him a little bit before the start of the game today. He's 6'7", and so a tall youngster. And our fellow commentator Eugene Molion, he certainly, I regard him as tall, but towered a little bit above Eugene. So very tall young man. It is played over the man at cover, and it goes down. It's Ben Mays there in the covers, jumped up into the air but was not able to get anything on that. It's down to the boundary for the first 4 for South Africa. Adnan Lakhdin there playing that one a little bit short and wide, and he takes full toll of anything in that area. As Ezra was saying earlier on, very, very strong just to the square of the wicket, and South Africa moved to 7 without loss after the first over. So good start for South Africa under 19.
Very good start. So we've got, looks like it's going to be Minto bowling here, left arm seam.
Yeah, James Minto, indeed, left arm seamer, and he is he hails from Durham, and he's played first class cricket for Durham. 2 first class matches, 2 List A matches in the 2024 season, and he opened the bowling in the warm-up match on Monday as well. He does get a little bit of shape away from the left-hander into the right-hander. He struggled a little bit with his lines and lengths on Monday in a 5 or 6 over spell. He's away from us now. Oh, that's a very good delivery, and he's got him. He's got his man, Samal Pillay. His first ball, James Minto, and it's outside the off stump and just rising, and just couldn't get his bat out of the way. Almost that, obviously felt that he had to play at that one outside the off stump. We'll have a look at it again now, but the first big breakthrough there for James Minto.
Ooh. So as you were saying, just a little bit of seam movement away there, and then just felt that he had to feel for it a little, and then obviously got the outside edge. So it's a good start for England. Yeah, Pillay making his way back.
And it's going to be Jason Rowles coming out to join Adnan Lakhdin. Yeah, it's just that ball was in that area where he wasn't sure whether to play or not. Probably could have left on length, but with it being the first ball from Minto, not sure exactly what he was going to be facing, and he just sort of went with the delivery, didn't he, and got the edge through to Thomas Roux, the wicket keeper, and they will be very happy, will England, with that breakthrough very early on. And Pillay makes his way back to the pavilion, just having...
So if you have a look at this, just a bit wide, just didn't get in behind it.
No.
And that's where you kind of feel for it. It's just hit the seam and left him a little, and then just hung his bat out there. So it'll be interesting here, James, because we have another left-hand batter in.
Yeah.
So if Minto gets it in the right area, it could be really interesting. I see England's reinforce their slip cordon with another one in there.
That one is a lot wider from Minto, and is signalled wide by umpire Shezi. And this is what we saw on Monday as well. I mean, he got it. It was absolute peach of delivery that took the first wicket. Actually, the right-handed batter in that instance, Joshua Chippendale. But he got it to to pitch. It was fuller of length and pitched on middle and off and straightened, and pitched on middle and straightened. He played all around it, and so he has got the ability, but he was a little bit wayward in some instances. Rows in very nicely behind that, so he's got his lengths looking pretty good at the moment, just on a short of a length, and got some good bounce off that first delivery, definitely.
So I think we also gotta do we say sympathise with England, because I mean they've come here during their winter, most probably just indoor prep, and then came to South Africa. So I mean we can forgive the bowlers if they're not spot on all the time.
Oh, that's another excellent delivery, and Rouse just trying to get his bat out of the way. He does so in time, but that was the length that was bothered Pillay, and got the edge, and he's been very good in terms of those lengths. The line there just probably started it a little bit wider perhaps than he would have liked, but certainly in the areas that he got that first wicket.
So that's he's obviously going to get that to go away from the left-hander, so I would be asking him to go just a touch fuller and make him play every delivery. As you can see, it's a little bit short, wayward. So I would ask Minto to go a lot fuller. Let him drive, because he's got 3 slips in, cover field pack there. So I'm sure that the captain will be asking him just a touch fuller and a touch straighter.
Yeah, so he's bowling to a 7-2 offside leg side field. He's got the 3 slips in place. He's got a third. He's got a man at point, man at extra cover, and a man at mid-on, and a man at long leg. So he certainly will only be bowling outside the off stump to the left-hander. That's a little bit straighter, and this time he bowls a no ball, the first of the innings, and that will be a free hit for Jason Rolls. I'm sure that will be signalled soon by umpire Shezi, and he's getting back to his position, and there he goes, signalling the free hit for Jason Rolls. So Minto, it's a brilliant first delivery, and after that he's just struggled a little bit to get, she said, he's just battling to get his line and length right. That's played, but straight to the man at extra cover. That is Ben Mays, and there is no run. So he missed out on that one there, trying to play it through the covers. He didn't go for the aerial shot, which is perhaps something he might have been thinking about.
It's just interesting is how he sets up. If you watch Jason Rolls at the wicket, it's something unusual, because he bends over backwards, and I just think that's, if you just have a look at him, and then he kind of just stands there.
Oh, that is an absolute peach from James Minto. So that pitches, and it's got that movement away from the left-hander. That one moved prodigiously, both off the seam and in the air. Look at that again, Ezra, great delivery.
Oh, you see, James, that's the thing, that's the danger of Minto, because you find that because it's a little bit erratic at the moment, but then when he does get it in a good area, you're thinking, wow, no man, this guy has something. And that's where you want to be.
Excellent delivery, and did exactly as you said, Ezra. He's pitched that one up, he's got the movement again. Jason Rouse feeling for it outside the off stump, and doesn't make contact, fortunately for him, at the end of the second over. A successful one for England under 19, and it is 10-1. South Africa having won the toss this morning and elected to bat first on a surface which does look like it will possibly wear during the day. So batting first up, both captains would have decided to bat. Archie Vaughan also saying that at the toss, and so it's going to be interesting to see. South Africa would need to apply themselves in these opening overs, as it's more towards us from the southern end of the ground. And Lahadin's in nicely behind that one. So if So Lahadin, certainly, as you're saying, very good square of the
Yeah.
wicket. Can sometimes get himself into trouble playing straight.
Yeah. So watching him, he thrives on anything that has width. He throws his bat. He's positive in anything attacking wise. So if Moore can just settle in and look to go a touch fuller and a touch straighter, that's when Lahadin is normally in trouble.
And he's still bowling that sort of hard length at the moment, just short of a length, on or about the line of off stump. So you're saying probably wanting to be targeting a little bit fuller, targeting that off stump line, probably off stump third or fourth stump line outside the off stump. And he certainly is tall. He's a man who can get some bounce. We saw that in the first over from him. And you just sense it'll take them a few overs to get into exactly how to bowl best on this surface.
I think that's the perfect area to be with, especially to Lahadin.
Yeah. Yes, he's just getting in behind that, but he's doesn't come forward that much, does he? It's just he's just relying a lot on his eye potentially to get to play those ones. He does have a very good eye and really has been an outstanding batter. Well, that is the one. It gets the edge, but it doesn't carry to Thomas Roux behind the stumps, and playing that one a little bit wider. And fortunate that it bounces in front of the wicket keeper. So
we just have a look at this one here. It's actually, what's surprising is I had a full driver then, James, and it hasn't carried. But what we found was, if you're bowling from the southern end, you find that there's a bit more bounce. The carry was nice coming down the hill, I would say.
Yeah.
If it was Eugene, you'd swear that he's bowling from Table Mountain down into the valley. And that's the kind of area you want to be.
Exactly, and he squares him up beautifully, and it's through at a very nice height to Thomas Roux. So some really good and encouraging signs here for England under 19 early in this Youth One Day International, the first Youth One Day International between South Africa under 19 and
just a
England
replay
under
here,
19.
James, if you have a look at that, nice and straight. So he is trying to create with himself just by his movement. You can see that he most probably at school level, he gives himself a little bit of a shuffle to leg side and then plays, because that naturally creates width for him.
Excellent over from Harry Moore, maiden, and so at the end of 3 it is 10 for loss of 1. The wicket to fall was Samal Pillay, caught behind by Thomas Roux off the bowling of James Minto off his first ball in this match, and he's now into his second over, and a little bit wayward in the first over.
Yeah, but
he's
James,
getting there. Yeah.
If we're sitting and we're looking at it and we walked on it, it's almost like you have to run up the table.
You do, yes.
And then bowl from there. So it will be a bit of a struggle for Minto, because it just feels unnatural for a bowler to run up and then land and then go on a straight again.
And that's on to the legs, and he definitely doesn't have the field set for that kind of delivery. And they're through for 2. Rouse will get off the mark with that 2 into the mid-wicket region. And yes, but taking your point there, Ezra, I mean, if you're looking at the pitch now from, for the viewers who are looking at the pitch from behind the bowler, there is quite a significant slope up as he gets to the wicket.
That's correct.
So from where umpire shares he's standing to the actual popping crease is a little bit of a slope.
An incline, you would say.
And that just might make it a little bit more difficult for the bowler just to get himself used to that. It'll take him a good couple of overs.
So if you just watch him if you compare the over so far to the previous over, you'll find that his rhythm is a lot slower. So he's looking for rhythm as he's running in, so that he can negate that kind of upward slope.
Yeah.
So he's just thinking, okay, I just got to get to the wicket with a little bit of momentum and then try and land it in a better area. Shot, that's a great
fantastic
shot.
by Jason Riles, straight down the ground to the onside of straight, and there are a few better shots in cricket than the on drive, and the left-hander gets his first boundary of the match, and South Africa move on to 16 for 1.
But that also comes from when he is not sure where he's going to hit the deck. So as you can see, a bit of a floater rather than coming in and trying to hit the deck hard, because that's what he did in the first over, and there was something for him all the time. So I'd like to see him run in and hit the deck rather than float the ball there. As you can see there now.
Yeah, that is certainly better from Minto. Perhaps a little bit unfortunate there. That one moved quite significantly away off the seam and in the air, signalled wide by umpire Shezi. But that's better from Minto. Certainly the one before, as you said, Ezra, just almost floated up onto the pads, and that's not where he wanted to be. So he's going to want to try and hit those hard lengths that he was doing in the first over. The one that got the wicket was an outstanding delivery outside the off stump. Oh, that is an absolute beauty. And they go up for the appeal, but the batter and the umpire are unmoved, and the bowler not really interested. The men behind the stumps may well have heard something. It possibly was the bat hitting the pad of Jason Riles. That beat him. All ends up outside the off stump. Have a look at that one again. And almost was too good. Yeah, flicked the pad as it went through outside the off stump. So moved away significantly, but they were certainly appealing for the court behind. But it seemed to flick the pad as it went through to wicketkeeper Roo.
So that's what I'd like to see, James. Where you run in, you can see by his body language, it just looks like he's a little bit despondent, because he's thinking, it's the circumstances and the wicket is just not allowing me to get into my rhythm. So I'm not sure whether I should just slow it down a little, but when I am, I'm getting put away because it's like a floater. So now he's thinking, where do I go now? So I just think you have to find a way of running through the wicket with your momentum and hitting the deck hard, because something will give, especially on this wicket.
Yes, a little bit that time straight again, but straight to the man at mid-on. Yeah, he has been, you say, he's probably just struggling a little bit, isn't he? I think, and those balls, I mean, you imagine that his natural delivery is the one that is short of a length, sort of really bowled into the wicket, and that's where he's got his success. That's where he's been better from in terms of making the batter play and having something to work with. And at the end of that fourth over, 17 for 1, South Africa under 19 deciding to bat first here at the Western Province Cricket Club, and Adnan Lakhdin will take strike again to Harry Moore. He's in towards us now from the Wynberg end. He's in behind that again, Lakhdin. It does have that little trigger movement across to the offside as well, or to the leg, depending, I suppose, on how he feels he wants to play the ball. They say a prolific batter at school level and provincial level, a youngster who did play for the South African emerging 11 against Zimbabwe emerging, and got a good 100 in that series in the couple of matches that he played. Oh, that is an incredible catch taken there at backward point. That is absolutely brilliant, and that is Joe Moores, the wicket keeper. He's normally a wicket keeper, and Adnan Lakhdin is out playing his favourite shot in his favourite region. Just didn't keep it down enough, and that was a brilliant catch.
No, 100%. It's one of the most difficult catches to take, because you're not sure whether you should just stand and try and save the 4 or actually go for the catch. But he's done extremely well there, diving forward there from point. What a magnificent catch.
Was an absolutely magnificent catch, and no doubt in the umpire's minds as well that that had carried and definitely got his hands underneath that one. So that's a big blow for South Africa that they lose Adnan Lakhedin early in the piece. It's 17 for the loss of 2.
So if we can see the replay, you'll find that Lakhedin is actually leaning back on that rather than previously when he was getting his head over the ball, and then that would have maybe have taken it behind point or on the ground 2 point. But I just feel that looking at that, he just tried to hit that too hard, and then with that you lose your shape. So he's just leaned back on that, and it's just allowed the point just that little bit of air, and what an amazing catch there.
Well, it's a fantastic piece of work done, as Ezra is explaining, by the man at backward point. It's Moores took a brilliant catch there, and that is the dangerous Lakhedin gone, and that is a big blow to South Africa under 19 as the captain, Benjamin Hansen, comes to the wicket. That's number 4, right-hand batter, and also a young man who has played a couple of games for the South African emerging team in the local 20-over competition. And it's just nicely behind that one. That's to Moores at backward point, and there's a lot of talk out there at the moment by the England under-19 team, and why not? That was takes a moment of brilliance like that to lift the team. Was certainly there for him to hit Lakhedin, but as you said, just probably just leaning back a little bit and just played it in the air. I mean, if it had been probably a foot shorter, it wouldn't have taken it. No, it was just played into that region and brilliantly taken by the man at backward point. Oh, and he's got it. Moore has got the wicket of Hansen. Brilliant delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he has to play at it, and he does, and he gets that when it goes through to second slip, and I think that is the captain at second slip that has taken that catch. We'll see now on the replay. So 2 slips were in place, and it is Hansen that just plays at it outside the off stump. Oh, he has to play at it.
I think that's a good delivery. But
Yeah.
if you want to be overcritical there, you can say that he's got to be looking to cover that off stump a lot better, because just his setup is standing a little bit just on leg side. So you're going to play at balls that you could actually leave if you honest, say for instance on middle stump.
Yeah.
So he's just felt for that. If you have a look at that, where his setup is, his left leg is outside, and then he just kind of feels for it because he's not sure whether I can leave it or should I play at it, and that's when he got nicked off there. But South Africa under pressure here at the moment.
Under a lot of pressure are South Africa, as it is Daniel Bosman that comes to the crease, a left-handed batter. So 2 left-handers now in for South Africa, and they're in with their number 5 already. It was a good catch taken by Archie Vaughan at second slip, came to him at a nice height and pouched it well, but you have to credit the bowler with that, bowling in the right areas. And say Benjamin Hansen having to play at that one, just wasn't sure whether that one was going to be cannoning into the top of off stump, as it's more away towards us now. And Bosman gets that one, bounces a little bit on him, and he just plays it into the leg side off the glove or the top of the bat, and they go through for the single. He's off the mark. South Africa now 18 for 3, so 2 wickets falling with the score on 17. And South Africa will need to do with these 2 a rebuilding job now. It's still early on the ball. 2 balls being used here in this youth international, 1 from either end, so the ball's still very new. Harry Moore now for the last delivery of the over is going to be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Rouse. So we look at that, you say, that interesting setup that he does have. Leaves that one
good
alone.
area.
Yeah, good leave outside the off stump, and it is a no ball. So he's overstepped coming around the wicket, and he'll have to bowl that one again, and will be a free hit for Jason Rouse. The second one that he would have faced, the number 33 for South Africa. So a lot now, Ezra, depending on these two batters for South Africa.
I have to say, James, it's completely new because I've watched him in 2 tournaments, and this whole new setup that he has, looking backwards, leaning backwards, I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah, he has a good full go at that one outside the off stump for the free hit, and doesn't make contact. So it's the end of a successful over, and just the single and the no ball off. It's 19 for 3 now after 5 overs are South Africa under 19. James Minto to continue from the northern end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Daniel Bosman. So yes, as you say, interesting setup as we look at the England team there, coached by Michael Yardy, and as we see that in the batting order that we've been given, Dawkins, Mays, Vaughan, Sawant, Ahmed, Roo, Moores, Home, Minto and Ali. So they have picked the 2 spinners and 3 out-and-out seamers, with Archie Vaughan also going to be able to bowl some of his off breaks. But at the moment it's the pacers that are doing the work.
And this is going to be a really interesting over. It's a big over actually for England. If he gets it in the right areas, especially to the 2 left-handers, he's going to ask a lot of questions. But also looking at it, we have a lot of bounce when you're bowling from the southern end to the northern end. There's nice, decent carry. But when you're bowling up the hill, like Minto is now, you find that the bounce isn't always there. The ball would bounce through to the keeper. So I'm just thinking that if he's a lot straighter, that's when you're going to get the variation in the deck. But you've got to hit the deck, like I said earlier on.
It's away from us now. And that's exactly as Ezra Poole is calling it. In the first ball of the over, you probably saw that it stayed very, very low outside the off-stump, bounced before it got to wicket-keeper Roo. This one on the line of the stumps and not getting up hugely. It was probably angling down the leg side, but not getting up hugely to the left-hander. So, as you say, Ezra, a bit of variable bounce from the northern end of the ground, and some more steepling bounce from the southern end. And Harry Moore, the tall youngster, making the most of that bounce from that end. James Minto, a bowler who does hit the wicket quite hard.
So just having a look there, England's taken out one of their slippers and brought him in like a short catching cover. So I think he'll be looking to go a lot straighter by protecting that kind of area.
Oh, he does. Bowls the almost Yorker length that one was into the block hole, and Bosman does very well to get his bat down on that, and goes down to Moore at that long leg position. Let's have a look at that one again. Yeah, it really was a full delivery. Just jabbing the bat down on that one was Bosman. Manages to get it away for his second run. That's too short down the leg side, and will be signalled wide by umpire Shezi. So he certainly has been asked to bowl more wicket to wicket here in this over, as you say, with that short mid wicket, and that is Moores that has come into the short mid wicket position, the man who took that fantastic catch to get the wicket of Adnan Lahidin in.
So you'll find also, James, that the use of the front arm is so important, especially for Minto. So if he falls away, if that falls away, then he tends to like kind of float it there. If his action is strong, that's when he gets something from the wicket and also a little bit more carry. So, like I say, you can just see by his body language as he's walking back, he's thinking, oh, I just got to finish this spell. First thing he's going to ask his captain is, Skip, can I come from the other end? Let me try that end, because I just feel that I'm just not hitting a rhythm here at all.
And that one he does put in short to a length, and that really did get some steepling bounce, and in the end I think that Rao was perhaps fortunate to see that one just go over and through to the wicket keeper Roo. Let's have a look at it again. He really bends his back on this one.
Yeah, but look how quick, how long he holds his arm up there. The front arm. as soon as that front arm falls away, that's when he's not sure where it's going to go. So yes, like I say, I forgive him because they're coming from a winter into a cricketing summer here. But I think he will just be a lot better if he just tries to hold that consistently and have a strong bowling action.
The end of the over, 4 off at 21 for the loss of 3 as Minto finishes his third, and it is going to be a change. Thank you, Ezra. Very interesting first half hour there with Ezra Poole as Eugene Molion joins me for the second half hour here of this contest. And Eugene, a very interesting first 6 overs that have been bowled here by the England under-19 team.
Very good morning to you, the Cape Fast. Good morning to our viewers. Yes, it's been interesting, that and more. I feel England would say it was a very good toss to lose then, because they've managed to take wickets. And I mean, kudos to yourself. You're still that chief wicket taker, Mr.
It looks
Mr.
like
King.
it, doesn't it? It's Moore in again, and that's nicely played this time by Bosman. A little bit fuller from Moore, and he's got the reward of 2 wickets in that previous over. The one that he perhaps was a little bit fortunate to pick up, but a brilliant catch by Moores at backward point to Adnan Lahadin, and then he got one in a perfect line and length outside the off stump to Benjamin Hansen, playing at it and edged through to Archie Vaughan at second slip. So South Africa under 19 in some trouble here, 21 for 3. It's just angled off the outer half of the bat down to Sawant, who's coming around from backward point, and they go through for a single. So Eugene, conditions out there, certainly both captains felt they were going to be better to bat early on this pitch. We've seen a little bit of variable bounce already at bowling from this northern end.
Yeah, there is that bare look about this pitch. It's definitely bare a patch where Minto's bowling into, and then there's a little bit of a ridge where Harry Moore's trying to hit here. But what I like about Moore, he's always made the batter play.
Yeah.
We saw this in the warm-up game at Bishops not so long ago, where he only bowled a 4-over spell that day, if I can recall.
That's
and
right, yeah.
out of the 24 balls bowled, I think 22 the batters really played at. And he's done exactly the same thing here. He's that typical sort of English conditions type bowler that just bowls at good line, good length, gets a good straight. And he's keeping asking the right questions here, and that's great to see here. And that has allowed England to be on top here early doors.
And once again, it's getting the batter to play. Raoul's in behind that. And as you say, Eugene was a feature of his bowling on Monday. And he really is coming in again today, and he's asking all the questions of the South African under-19 batters. He does have 3 first-class matches under his belt and 10 list A games, 1 youth test and 2 youth ODIs. And so certainly, and playing for Derbyshire in the county championship.
Yeah. Flat wickets there, I tell you.
Yeah. That's in the air, and just falls short of Minto at third, and that was in the air for some time. One bounce to Minto, does well in fact to get his body behind that as he comes in.
There was a little bit of a flat catch coming towards him. He didn't know whether to come in very quickly. It's one of those where he's just not sure. But Harry Moore, spoke to him before the toss here this morning. It's not often I find somebody that's a whole foot or a head taller than me. And he's huge. I had to look up to him.
As he said, he's 6'7".
Oh, I don't look up to many. Literally, I'm talking about. Figuratively, it's different.
Yeah. But he tall young man, very lithe, and that's nicely played again by Bosman down to Minto at third, and they go through for another single. 3 off the over. It's 24 for the loss of 3 after 7.
Yeah, the one aspect that South African United would definitely not like is the 3 wickets down. The other thing we need to look at here is we've had 36 minutes already, and this happened as well in the warm-up game. And England have only managed to bowl 7 overs during that spell, and there haven't been a break as such. The only break there's been is a batsman coming in and out.
Yeah.
So that's one aspect they really need to look at, because Stacey Lakay that day at Bishops gave them a little bit of a hurry up. And if the game goes longer, they might feel a little bit under the pump here, but Minter's going to continue. Very indifferent, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, isn't he? And Ezra and I were talking about that quite a lot. That was nicely ridden again by Bosman down to the man at backward point, or a third in fact, and that is Moore that's down there at third.
If he can just get that consistency for England, I think with that left arm, right arm combination here, I mean, that will well, not just for England, but for any team here, and he's just struggling to find the consistency. I heard Ezra and yourself talk about the lack of bounce, and we saw that. And he shouldn't be discouraged by that. He should say, right, okay, I'm going to home in on that off stump a little bit more.
Oh, that's another excellent delivery this time from Minto, and it's just the variation in what he's not been able to find his line and length, and that's, I think, for him has been what's sort of worrying him. I mean, this is a very good delivery to Rowles. It's similar to that delivery that took the wicket of Pillay outside the off stump. This time too much movement away off the seam. That's another excellent delivery, and he has to play at that one. Rowles, it moves away from him yet again and doesn't get the edge. So this has been better this over from Minto, these last 2 deliveries.
That's why I said it's been so much indifferent.
Yeah,
now he bowls good areas. He's bowled 2 balls in goodish areas. The second one of those have been where he wants to hang more often. Now we're going to see if he can put 3 balls in that same area, because there's prodigious movement away from the left-hander here.
And you just feel for Rowles going at it with not fully. That's down the leg side, the quicker bouncer, and that not bothering the batter, and the umpire signalling wide.
They bowled plenty of wides as well the other day, and this is what I'm saying. And look at that third ball there. Why not just stick in there? You know, Captain Vaughan, and he's now decided it's just one slip and a gully. I mean, he's bowled 2 reasonably good balls, and then this one. Short down the leg side, doesn't trouble the batter. And that frustrates a captain as well.
He's still asking him to bowl straightish. That's what he needs to be doing. Consistency, the key, and again, that's a similar delivery to the one that he's bowled the second and third deliveries of the over.
But look at the movement, James. That should encourage him. Yes, the lack of bounce might not encourage any bowler, because no bowler like to see the keeper just take the ball round about the ankle height. But he should be happy with the movement he's getting. He should just hang around there and just say, right, okay, you can drive me through the offside, whatever, and that's where you get the edges.
Yes, we've seen him in his first ball, and it was interesting that his first ball of his spell, he got the wicket. He's in now to Rowles. That's in the air, and he's gone. He plays that one in the air. He doesn't get over the ball and doesn't keep it down, and plays it straight through to Dawkins at extra cover, and the 4th wicket goes down for South Africa under 19.
Just as I said, just hover around that area, telling him, go ahead and drive. This time he goes on the drive. Don't get all of it, and it's straight to the man at cover. And there's just been too many expansive shots played early doors here. 4 wickets down inside the power play. South Africa, they're in trouble here.
They are 4th wicket down now. Jason Rowles caught in the covers there by Ben Mays, off the bowling of Minto. So both the opening bowlers for England have tasted some success here. South Africa now are 26 for the loss of 4. And so just 9 runs there between Bosman and Rowles, as it is going to be Bandile Mbata coming out to the crease.
Well, look at that for a scorecard. Just telephone numbers to speak from. 51705. 0 is the new man. Mbata comes to the crease, and a lot's going to be at stake for him. He's a good batter, but he's going to be under the pump. Not many occasions he's come in at this situation with his team 4 down inside the power play. A lot of time still out there. However, England, they are well and truly on top.
Yeah, indeed they are. It's been, perhaps you have to say, a combination of some good bowling and some indifferent batting from South Africa under 19. Probably 2 of the dismissals that were occasioned out of good deliveries from the 2 bowlers, but 2 shots in the air into the cover region, into the offside region, as that's this time movement into the right hander, and he just manages to get the inside half of the bat and Mbata onto that.
I think he's been waited all his spell to be bowling to a right-hander.
I think so.
He gets it bang on the money. Well, another successful over comes to an end for England on the 19. And Minto, he's on the wicket trail as well. But this is what I said, just hover up there. He's getting the ball to move. Encourage the batter. You can have a go. If it does, so be it. It's got to be a good shot. But there you see Rolls not really showing great intent through the ball as well. Interesting call now as we see the off-spinner Ahmed come on. Maybe because the left-hander's there on strike as well. And again we see Moore bowling 4 overs.
Yeah.
So it's the second time we're seeing that. We saw it at the warm-up game and now we see it again. Fahad Ahmed, he might be young, but he's a very, very experienced bowler. Was out here with the Lions before as well. And from what we've seen, he's a very attacking spinner.
Is indeed 5 first-class matches for him, and 25 wickets already for Nottinghamshire. Best bowling of 7 for 140 with an average of 23.92 in first-class cricket, and he has got 10 wickets in a match as well. It's the 1 list day game, but he's played 13 youth ODIs, Eugene, and he's taken 12 wickets with a best of 3 for 22. So his average is not quite what he would want it to be in youth ODIs. But he has a chance today to take another couple of wickets here as he sets himself.
And I like the end he's bowling from. Because of that little bit of a reacher, that might give him that extra little bit of bounce, especially with the hardish ball as well. But interesting start, isn't it? He's like getting ready to really attack somebody or something.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't he? Gets himself into position, then he comes in to the wicket. Perhaps doesn't pivot around that front foot perhaps as much as you might want him to do, but he's got certainly is able to get something on the ball. You've seen him bowl very effectively, both for the Lions and now as well in that warm-up game. He also looked bowled well initially.
Oh, one bounce, one keeps low. I mean, you're always in business. I think there's 300 ball in the innings.
Yeah.
If you can make them play most of the balls, you're going to be in trouble. You'll be in the money.
Yeah. Certainly, and that will be a bit of a warning sign for the batter. Bosman, a lot you sense depends on him here for South Africa under 19.
Not just him, James. I think both those men.
They
need a partnership.
He played straight back to the bowler.
And what these two just need to do is just absorb that pressure. They're under the pump. You're going to get a lot of chatter. You're going to get spinners coming at you all the time. There might be a change of bowling from this end. We'll see in a minute. I see Ali's warming up. He's the leg spinner.
And you do expect that there will be some variable bounce bowling to the southern end from here. And that one does get turn and bounce outside the off stump to the left-hander. That's exactly what he's looking for.
Let me tell you, that was a beauty of a delivery. He just took the pace off, threw it up a little bit higher, said, go and have a go, youngster.
Yeah, we're going to see this young man, 16 years old he is, and plying his trade here. Getting into his craft, and isn't it good to see the spinners bowling. It's a maiden over to start off with for Ahmed.
We'd like to see him just, that second last ball for me, with the scoreline as it is, 4 wickets back in the sheds, why not just keep the pace off it?
Yeah.
and just say, listen, encourage the guy just to go and have a hit a little bit, especially the left-hander. Toss it up a little bit, take the pace off. Let the batter make all the pace on it. You might get into a little bit of, he might get into a little bit of trouble. I see Minto, he's going to continue with his 5th over. This is the final over of the power play.
Yeah, so it's very much a carbon copy of what we saw on Monday at that warm-up game. Minto continuing with his attack, and why not? I mean, he took a wicket in his last over, and that of Jason Rouse caught in the covers. He's now into Mbata, and he's not going to have anything to do with that one, angling across him.
Yeah,
outside the off stump.
I just find it strange as well. So they brought third man up. So they got a little bit encouraged or a little bit excited when we saw Minto bring the ball back. I don't know. I'm just a big fan of the third man back. You're a seamer. You're going to be hovering around that 4th stump. And if it does come back, so be it. But it just, there's only one slip in place. It was slightly wider, so you can just angle that past him.
And so we see now with this field, he's certainly set up to bowl the ball straight rather than across. He's wanting that ball to come in to the right-hander.
Yeah, that's fine. I got nothing. That plan is great. But what happens if it's just an edge, go down to third man? Then you start scratching heads. They've got a deep square. They've got a fine leg. We saw this the other day as well. I just feel better suited having a third man. And if you want, bring fine leg up or bring deep square up. But South Africa's in trouble.
They are, yes. So attacking from England would be best, and that's played into the backward point region. They go through for a single. Once again, just outside the line of the off stump, and not able to bother the batter too much with that delivery.
Yeah, Bandile Mbata, he showed during the Kai Majola week, he was certainly a man that the coastal team could really depend on. He did his business with the bat. He's just a little seamer, runs up, bowls a gun barrel straight with a little bit of nip by the way. But he's got a job on hand here with the bat in hand.
Yes, nicely. And behind that one is Bosman. And these two, the number 5 and 6 for South Africa under 19, going to need to bat time here and make sure that they just keep giving themselves smallish targets, get to a certain stage. They're going to be looking at it and in terms of just seeing off firstly, perhaps seeing off Minto, and making sure they get a read on Farhan Ahmed. It's away from us again, Minto.
I spoke to Archie Vaughan there at the toss after he lost the toss, and I brought up the point that they had Western Province Academy that day in trouble 6 down, and I said to him, one of the aspects is probably looking at, your backup bowlers especially, maybe doing a job for you as well and controlling that. And he said, that's one of the aspects they have spoken about, and one of the things they want to get better. It's almost carbon copy what we saw on Tuesday.
Yeah, very much so, with Minto continuing with his attack. He bowled a 6-over spell early on Monday in that warm-up game, and once the opening pair had bowled their overs, and once again it was, the Western Province Academy 11 were in trouble, as we see a slight change to the field here. And that's why the change has been made, and he's fallen for it. Straight up has Daniel Bosman, and he'll be furious with himself. They made the change to the field. They brought the man in at deep backward square, and they had the man at long leg, and he bowls the short delivery. He takes it on, and immediately he's caught at long leg. That is not very clever cricket, it must be said, from South Africa.
Your field dictates how you're going to bowl.
Yeah.
And the thing that have to be highlighted here, the field change was just made, pointed out to us. Fine leg got there, deep square. So you know it's going to be short. You know it's not going to be wide. You can sort of just ride it. Daniel Bosman decided he wants to take it on and just top edge it straight to the man that just got put there. I don't know. And it just seems like there's just shots aplenty that's still being played. There's nobody saying they want to knuckle down and just absorb the pressure. They're 4 down, but now they're 5 down with the end of Daniel Bosman. England all over South Africa here.
Yeah, they are indeed 27 for the loss of 5, and you called it, Eugene, as you were saying, as he was running into bowl, was Eugene just giving the indication there that they changed the field, and he did play it straight to that fielder as Paul James comes out to the crease. And just a reminder to you that this broadcast is made possible by Sisonke Tourism and Events Services. If you're looking for an unforgettable sports experience, bring your team to Southern Africa with Sisonke Tourism and Events Services, where competitive spirit meets the adventure of a lifetime. Visit sisonketours.co.za or call us today. It's Sisonke Tours, sisonketours.co.za, and let's make your team's Southern African dream a reality. And at the moment, it is certainly the England under-19 team's dream becoming a reality out there in the middle with South Africa 27 for 5.
Well, there's a few of the English supporters with smiles on, and that's not because the sun is out. That is because their team is well on top here.
Yeah, they are indeed. And you have to say, in that previous delivery, as you were saying, not clever cricket from South Africa at all. Fielding change just been made. Batter just not sure why he was actually taking that on.
That's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot through extra cover by Mbata. He's just going to come back for 3 it is. Oh, 3.
Well, that was
close.
Incredibly close there, as it's umpire Shezi who says not out. They came back for the 3rd, and he had to put his skates on, did Paul James, as it's thrown in from the boundary by Jack Home, and the bails are taken off. England look convinced, and umpire Shezi less so. But better there, getting the benefit of the doubt from the umpire as they take the 3. But a nice shot through the offside by Bandile Mbata, as Paul James, who's perhaps fortunate to still be there, is taking strike for his first delivery.
I think there's a no ball coming South Africa's way here as well. Oh, and again, it's a little bit of a stutter, but he makes it through for 2. But I think there's a no ball as well. The question we've got to ask, from what we've seen, we haven't seen many batters leave the ball. So was it plan A from South Africa's point of view to say, listen, as this was a run-out opportunity, it was a close one. But Team South Africa under 9 said, right, okay, we want to go hard in the power play, irrespective.
Yeah.
Sometimes, as we look at this free hit,
keep up.
Into the covers, didn't get anything on that at all.
That was really
the one does the fielding. Yeah.
So sometimes, James, you just gotta, okay, plan A is not going. Let's revert to a different plan. Let's play old school type of one-day cricket here for a little bit. 2-3 runs and overs, absorb pressure.
Oh, he got it. Goes straight through him. And Paul James is the 6th wicket to fall for South Africa under 19. He's playing from the crease against Farhan Ahmed, and it goes through his defences. And as I say, the 6th wicket now falls for South Africa under 19. As we look at this one again, and the off spinner in, and he's on the crease. He's neither forward nor back, and he's trying to play that little bit of movement in towards him, and clatters into middle and leg stumps.
We can't say anything about the pitch. I think from what we've seen is how the batters have got themselves out. Even that time, again, ball on the stumps, and this is what the trick is here. You've got to get the ball to go on the stumps, and they've been found wanting here, 6 down. And again, questions are going to be asked. Just absorb the pressure, just play normal. Get on the front foot, pot it down there, dot ball. Whatever. If somebody bowls a maiden over, it's a maiden over. Because your side's in trouble here.
And you have to bat. So we were talking a bit earlier on, you need to be batting that time. You need to bat that time out. It's 55 minutes into the match. Only 10 overs and 3 balls, and South Africa 33 for 6.
Let's not forget, South Africa won the toss.
Yeah.
And comfortably said, no, we're going to have a bat. England, we're going to do the same.
Yeah.
Archie Vaughan standing at first slip, he's thinking, oh, happy days.
Absolutely.
I mean, good toss to lose.
They might be looking at tee-off times this afternoon. And now.
Get me signed up, James. Get me signed up. No, we like to see South Africa.
Definitely not.
They've got to show some fight here. Chad Mason, now he can bat.
Yeah. So the youngster from KwaZulu-Natal inland, Chad Mason, and you sense that he would, leg break bowler. You sense that he would have thought that he would have a job to do in the bowling this afternoon, and he's going to have to bat to make that possible at this stage. In there with Mbata. So Bandile Mbata on 4, Chad Mason facing his first delivery from Farhan Ahmed. Ahmed, tail up, that wicket. He is forward, wisely so. Mason, he's got a leg slip now, and a conventional slip. He's got a man at a short third. He's got a man in the covers. Mid-off, he's got a man at long on. He's got extra. He's got a mid-wicket. He's got a short fine.
Well, he's
going to bring somebody in under the helmet, I think.
He's going to have a short leg.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Absolutely, why not? You have a team 33 for 6 in the 11th over.
Well, this game is being played in Cape Town at the Wally Wilson Oval, the Western Province Cricket Club, and it's 2 men from the KZN area. They've got to find a partnership for South Africa. That's what's needed. Mbata and Mason. It's not going to be easy because now you're going to have men around the bat, you're going to have chatter, you're going to have the odd man say this, there's going to be clapping, there's going to be oohs and ahs. It's all going to be happening out here now, folks.
Certainly is. Looks like it is that man who took that brilliant catch earlier on to get the wicket of Adnan Lakhdin. It's Moores, Joe Moores, who's going to be under the helmet. He's a wicket keeper by trade as well. He kept wicket in that warm-up game against the Western Province Academy 11. So, yeah,
he's just waiting for the essential bit of protection.
That's very important, and
very, very important.
It's been brought out, and just to take that one pretty well as well in the outfield. So he's coming in to a short leg position. They've still got the man out on the deep. Deep mid-wicket boundary and a long on, so just the 2 men out of the ring, although they are into the second power play already. It's just forward to that Mason, the number 8 for South Africa, number 8 on his back and number 8 in his batting position. 1 ball left in Farhan Ahmed's second over. He's been a successful one, clean bowling Paul James. He's forward once again. It's Mason. It's the end of the 11th over, and I'm going to be making my way for Ezra.
Thanks, the Cape Fox, putting in a long stint there. Still a chief wicket takeoff note on air. You can't be blaming me for that. As in comes the man from Poland, Ezra Pule, and Ezra, 11 overs in the first hour, 6 wickets. 33 runs. Well, that's not going according to the script for South African U19s.
Morning, Eugene. Hope you're well. Thank you to the guy that always holds Leicester close to his heart. Apparently, there's only 1 county in England. The county of Alfonso Thomas, our old teammate, Eugene.
Yes.
So, as you were saying, South Africa 33 for 6. And for me, those 6 wickets, can we say that there was any good balls bowled for those 6, or was it just a lack of application from the South African batters?
You're allowed to have a look, I think. You're allowed to have a look. If you look at that first wicket that fell, left-hander, lay, bat outside, you can have a look and just let balls go, but just feel that wasn't going according to plan as it is. The leg spinner, Tazim Ali, into the attack now. This is going to be a different kettle of fish, short and wide. The reason why I say that is bowling to the end where the bounce has been inconsistent. And we all know leg spinners they have a canny way of picking up wickets.
So it'll be interesting, like you say, especially the side that is bowling from. Especially in Cape Town, it is a side that spinners don't often bowl into. They don't bowl into the wind at all. But having a look at the surface earlier on, it suggests that that's the side that's going to turn.
Oh, did we find grass on there?
But what's key for me, Eugene, is how quickly the spinners have found the necessary pace to bowl on this wicket. Sometimes you find that the leggies, especially in the white ball cricket, they try and fire it in, so they look to bowl straight, and then their googly and their flippers normally the one that takes the wicket. So that's the LBW and bowl deliveries.
A little bit quicker into the pitch, just as you said there. And the situation dictates. I mean, what a time to bowl. You got team 6 down. You can just literally throw it up there and say, listen, have a go. Go on, have a go, especially with the ball turning away from the right-handers here. That indifferent bounce. He's got a googly as well as Ali. Barter played that neatly down for a couple. There is a slip in place. We both went ooh and ah as he played that shot with third man there, or the slip there, but it got safely down for 2.
So for me, what I'd like to see is that England don't give the initiative away quickly. They've done all the hard work. They're on top. Let's not hope that they go and they release the pressure by having a lot of boundary fielders.
Well, it wasn't the boundary fields that got them the last time when they played out at Bishops, when they also had the Western Province Academy that day, 90 for 6. As another over comes to an end, 37 for 6. It was the fact that they gave a lot of extras, and then they somehow allowed the batters to get 1s and 2s, and then the odd boundary as well. The game is still very much early days here, as there's not a lot of overs that's gone. However, they can't just give the runs away, as you rightly said. They got to make them fight hard. And I think that's why this is a good field for me. They got a short leg in, they got a slip in as well.
No, you're absolutely right. For me, if you're getting hit for a 4, that is generally a bad ball. So you can forgive the bowler for that, but you cannot open the field and allow them just to get the 1s easily. So, for instance like that, I don't think that South Africa's mindset at this moment in time would be to come down the wicket and whack them over the top. I just don't think it's quite there. So England,
you would have the middle up.
100%. I'll have him in the circle, and if you're positive enough as a batsman, you take up the challenge. But at this moment in time, being 38 for 6, I don't think that you're going to take that challenge. So I would, if I was England, I'd try and keep the fielders in the circle for as long as possible.
He beats the outside edge of the bat. Barter going forward, he's still there. Now once you see that happening, now it's a case of, do you really play fully committed forward as well, knowing that there's a short leg on this side, because if it does turn and hit that ridge and does bounce a little bit. Beautiful delivery ball there by Ahmed. Just pressure.
So I would always be thinking, how would I score at this moment in time with England being on top? So if you look at it, they've set a ring field on the offside. They've got 2 gaps on the leg side to a offie. So for me, that would be the area that I'm looking to knock the ball into, because it would be an easy single just to rotate strike.
Yeah, that time he got a half volley, didn't put it away. However, he's still there, and I get your point. I think the point you make is quite good. So the options there, especially on the offside, is just dropping it. If the ball goes a little bit square on the offside, there's a single. You need your partner in crime also to be on the same wavelength as you. Down the leg side. Oh, not given as a wide, because that was nowhere near bat nor pad. South Africa would want every run they can get.
So as you can see, Ahmed taking his time, setting himself.
Another ball down the leg side, and this time Butter got bat and still played far away from his body, but only one run off the over, and that's all that South Africa under 19s can do at this stage. Look at that glorious setting. What a sight that is. Table Mount in the back, and what a sight that is. That bowling card there. 2 wickets for Moore for 12, 3 wickets for Minto, 1 wicket for Ahmed. I mean, all in all, England will be loving that sight. The one that's behind and the one on the scorecard.
If we're looking at this game, Eugene, it just looks to me as if the roles have been reversed here, in the sense that South Africa looks like the team that has actually come to South Africa. And England looks like the team like they've been playing in all the tournaments leading up to this series. So it's interesting for me. So you have a deep cover. So you should be looking to get in line with the ball and knocking that gap.
Yeah, just to the point that Ezra made, the Kaya Majola week, which is the main schoolboy week here, run by South Africa, or Cricket South Africa, was here in Cape Town. So they know the conditions here. And they're going to come through for a single. And just down the road in Stellenbosch, we had the Cubs week as well. Conditions a little bit similar. However, we saw at Kaya Majola that the wickets were not conducive to really stroke play. And even when the England Lions were here at the back end of last year, they've also found that it wasn't really conducive to stroke play.
Yeah. So the previous delivery as a batter, so I'll be thinking surely somewhere along the line he must be having a googly, he must be having the flipper or the front of the hand delivery is bowled at just before that. And now you're thinking, okay, he showed me a little bit of what he has in his armor. So then once you've shown me your different wrist positions on the different deliveries, I'm thinking that I've got to back myself as a batter here and kind of take you on, because all I got to do is I just got to get it aerial, especially with the wind, the breeze that is blowing. It's the most difficult thing, especially in South Africa, to bowl into the wind as a spinner, because the batters are always hitting with the wind. So I think if South Africa wants to take this game forward, they got to be a lot more positive in the sense that, yes, we are 6 down, but how do I turn this game around? It's a mindset for me, Eugene. That's what it comes down to for me.
1 over to go to drinks. I just saw umpire shared. It just shows, listen, I think it's time we have a beverage. So we're going to have drinks at the end of this over. Over to be bowled by Ahmed as well. And sort of as a fielding team, sometimes you say that, and those men there, they'll be well happy with what they're busy with. The man on the left there, Shakleen Mushta. Definite legend there, helping out England.
Yeah.
He's on the coaching staff. He's a very, very positive man, is Chad Mason. First time I spoke to him at Kaya Majola when he came down to do the toss, and he really spoke well, and he shows it in his game as well. He backs his ability. Always has a joke or two as well.
So that area where the ball went through now would be the area that I would be targeting.
Well, That's the other area as well there that you spoke of. But what good fielding that was there. Swiftly moving to his left. But as you rightly said, that is a gaping gap. You're hitting with a spin, as you said, down to long on. We haven't seen anybody use their feet. Maybe they won't.
But it's the positioning. It's the positioning of the batsman. In what kind of position does he get? Because that will determine how easy it is to hit that particular gap. If you miss timing that, it is going through mid-wicket. That is also another big area that you can be looking to hit the ball into. So what Ahmed is doing is just there and thereabout. I said off stump, saying that, well, if you guys want to come after me, you got to make the play.
Oh, not the way. Not that way. You can't make the play that way. Hands on hips there from Ahmed. Teapot was out. Not sure why he's got the teapot out. He's into a very, very good spell. Only conceded 8 runs so far. Busy with his 4th. 2 balls to go to drinks.
So that ideally is what I'm talking about, Eugene. If you're getting yourself on off stump, you hitting that off the back foot through the easiest gap you can find, which is mid-on. But if you're staying where he is positioned now, it's going to be a very difficult shot because you're going to leave a massive gap trying to work it through there. So you have got to get in line with the ball. So for me, I would be taking an off-stump guard, maybe middle and off, and then thinking that anything on that line, I'm hitting through that gap, which is a safe shot, it's a straight bat shot, and I don't really need to go across the line.
Last ball to take us to the drinks break.
Fielded.
Yeah, excellent work by Ali there. But they come through for that single. And that is going to conclude 15 overs. South Africa in a bit of bother here in this first youth ODI. Find themselves 41 for 6. And during this drinks break, we're just going to pay homage to Sisonke Tours and Event Services. So if you're looking for the unforgettable sporting experience, bring your team to Southern Africa with Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, where competitive spirit meets adventure, and adventures of a lifetime. South Africa is your ultimate destination with world-class sports facilities, stunning landscapes, and great hospitality. From cricket pitches to rugby fields, soccer stadiums, we've got it all. Whether you're looking for friendly matches, international tournaments, or high-performance training camps, we'll tailor a tour that suits your team's goals. But it's just not just about sport. Your team will experience Southern Africa's vibrant culture, unique wildlife, and breathtaking adventures. The perfect blend of competition and connection. At Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, we handle all the details, travel, accommodation, fixtures, excursions. So you can just focus on what matters most, the game and the memories. Take your team to new heights. Choose Southern Africa. Choose Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, where sport meets adventure. You can find all information on sisonketours.co.za and give us a call today if you need more information. Let's make your team's Southern Africa dream a reality. And great to have Sisonke on board for this series as well. A series where SA under 19 will be taking on England under 19. And that is the story so far. South Africa under 19, 41 for 6 after 15 overs. All telephone numbers, as you see on the left-hand side, they're from the batters. But the men on the right, 3 for 15 for Minto, 2 for 12 for Harry Moore, 1 for 9 for Ahmed, and Tazim Ali, he's only bowled the 2 overs of 5. So join us in a bit after drinks break, where we'll continue this first youth ODI. scorecard. If you're an England fan, it's a beautiful sight to behold. But if you're a South African fan, unfortunately, they find themselves a little bit under the pump here. My name is Eugene Molin. With me, Ezra Pule. And a lot probably was said at drinks break what the next plan forward is going to be, for sure, from a South African point of view.
Eugene, there's only one plan for me. It's just get runs on the board. How do we do it? Just going to be positive. You got to knock the ball straight down the ground. You got to maybe try and change the bowler, the spinner's length. How do you change that? You change that by maybe just don't necessarily have to charge at everything, but you're just showing that there's a bit of intent. I'm coming down the wicket, or I'm just showing you that I'm coming, and then I'm leaning back and I'm punching one through a deep cover. England just going to keep going, sticking to their little plans that they've got.
That's powerfully hit square of the wicket, work for the sweeper. It's just going to be one, so that's great work out there. Looks like that's Ahmed after his bowling spell. Still moving quite swiftly there, and they're well and truly on top. Yeah, how proactive can South Africa be during this phase here now? Can they maybe tickle it around the corner, maybe a lap? They haven't seen many or any sweep shots whatsoever. Maybe the situation of being 6 down dictates that. Maybe they're just playing each ball on merit. As we see Chad Mason go on like an off stump guard here. Nice soft hands like that. Just guiding it past and getting through for one. That's beautifully played.
Good running there, Eugene. I'm just a little bit worried about the bat pad on the leg side. I think it can be utilized a lot better. Maybe on a little, maybe just in the covers or a short cover, trying to block that gap. Because I just feel that with the leggy.
Oh no. Oh, was it going down the leg side? Let me tell you, height was not an issue here.
Maybe pitched outside leg stump, Eugene. That's what I'm thinking.
My call is going down the leg side. Umpire Shazi. That's going down. That's going down. Wasn't pitching outside, Mr. Pule. Nothing wrong with me eyes.
No, that's true. I see you have a new Oakleys on, Eugene.
That's beautifully played. Work for Ahmed again to do here. He's just going to keep it down to 2. So a little bit more productive. 4 runs coming from that. 45 for 6.
4 runs with no risk at all. And I think that is where you got to be. If you're positive, when I'm talking about positive, I mean, how am I getting forward and how am I getting back? So it doesn't mean, when I'm saying positive, being hitting the ball all over the place. He was just positive in his movements. Let me rather put it like that.
The only issue I would have is the way he played that second to last ball. By going back and playing a cross-batted shot with that indifferent bounce, maybe to hit the ball in front of square.
So it's key, especially at Western Province Cricket Club, that you try and remain as a batter. You try and keep your bat as straight as possible. It has to be a real long hop in order for you to go cross bat. So you want to be making sure that the full face of the bat is going through the ball the whole time.
Ahmed to continue. 1 for 9 in his 4 overs so far. So they've done away with the short leg. They still would have kept on. So they've put him sort of in that position where you said, they could just work the ball in that position. So they've blocked that one.
And that's exactly what Ahmed is looking for. He's tossed that one up slightly, thinking that I want him to go for the big drive, and that will create the gap between bat and pad. And he brings in the bowl the bowl dismissal. So it'd be interesting. I hope that Bata and Mason pick that one up and realize what the game plan was from Ahmed, especially if he tosses the one a little bit wide outside off stump.
That's great work there. It's just as the ball gets off the square, there's a little bit of a ridge. Fielder watched that very nicely there. That's another dot ball. So there's 3 dot balls here. So South Africa should not be feeling his pressure here, because they should just say, right, okay, happy days. If somebody bowls a good over, he bowls a good over. Yes, I get your point about being proactive, but sometimes the situation dictates how you got to go here. And again, great work. I mean, that fielder has been in the business and whole spell here for Ahmed. I think his mate saved him about 3 or 4 runs already.
Because he knows at this moment in time, South Africa is not going to come out and play massive shots, big shots. So they know he's realized now as the fielder that South Africa is just going to push the ball, look for one, and England's been on top in the sense that their anticipation in the field is what is backing up the bowler at this particular time.
Oh. 17 gone, 45 for 6. Here's a question for you. Why not bring Moore back for a spell? You got a team 6 down. He's certainly well and truly on top. Maybe bring your spearhead back here. He's certainly been the man that has certainly asked the questions. He can make the better play just as much as Ahmed can from what we've seen on Tuesday and today. Maybe just for a couple of overs just to change things up.
Googly, Eugene? Googly?
Yeah,
agree?
He should just hit the ball down here in front. Should just hit it in front, mate. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So what we got, like you're saying, do I bring back my fast bowler now? So he's bowled 4 overs from that side. Minto on the other end has bowled 6. So for me, with that decision taken off only bowling 4, I'm pretty sure that we'll see him sooner rather than later. Maybe to come bowl 2 overs now. 2 overs now, maybe a 3 over spell.
I think I asked you this question during the Kaimajola, and we know a few ruthless captains in our days. And there is no doubt in my mind that some of those ruthless captains, I mean, even England, Michael Vaughan, that's down the leg side, Michael Vaughan, Strauss, though they are really, I mean, Stokes, he would have brought these seamers back because they're very much sort of attack-minded. When they got a team as what we see here now, 6 down, they would say, right, listen, let's go in now and really try and finish this up. And maybe not just finish it up, let's put them under pressure, get one more, and that sort of eat into the lineup. What we saw on Tuesday, they allowed Western Province Academy to get back in it, and that's something you cannot do. Yes, the spinners are doing a job, however, they're not sort of getting the wicket or getting the breakthrough yet.
What we haven't seen, Eugene, and I hear your point, what we haven't seen is the first change seam bowler. We haven't seen him yet.
I don't think we will see him. Mr. Home.
So, like you say...
Wow, great work at short leg.
I just think, looking at that, I think this could possibly be maybe Mr. Ali's last over, Eugene?
Yeah, but you want your seamers to be bowling from the top end.
Yeah, 100%. So I think that it just looks like. Remember, coming out of winter is never an easy thing. So those risks and how he's bowled, the sun, the heat in South Africa could play a role. Eugene, stop looking at me like that.
I'm trying to
Because we've done it the other way around.
I'm trying to figure out as another over comes to the end. You said coming out of winter. Like, are you talking about South Africa or are you talking about England?
No, I'm talking about England.
Now, can you be more specific, please?
Okay, so Mr. Ali just come out of England, right? So it's cold, it's freezing. And then all of a sudden you come to beautiful South Africa with blue skies. It takes a while to adjust, Eugene.
No, 100%. Now I'm on the same wavelength as you. I know you. Now I got you. But I mean, you don't need to warm up here. I mean, the sun is warming
ever
up.
since you've got this little fold over, comb over, like they call it, I see you've been on my case.
Ahmed continuing. Well, I'm only going to be on your case for another 5 more balls, and then the Cape Fox is going to come in and give you more of Leicestershire. Still talking about that FA Cup trip there to Manchester United. No, I'm sure he's going to bring that up. Ruud van Nistelrooy going to give them a rude awakening.
Well, Eugene, all I can say is I'm going to be the Cape Cobra and poison him if he's going to talk about Leicester.
Off the pad. That's good running there by Chad Mason. Just 1 away from 50 as a team total for the SN19 team.
The Cape Fox, you say?
Down the leg side. I mean, there's another one down the leg side, mate.
Eugene, that's gone off. That's turned quite a long way.
Wait,
no, I'm sorry.
anything down
I'm
the leg
sorry.
side is wide, surely.
No, I'm sorry. Surely you got to
It's an
give a bit
international.
of credit. You got to give a bit of credit to the bowler also. That's pitched on off stump and it's ripped because the batsman's walked inside the line.
That is carved. Just back with a point. Work to be done. 2 runs it is. You think I'm going to fall for that? Sort of nonsense you're talking about there. No way. Every time I bowled the ball down the leg side, it was wide. There was nothing about ripping and turning and nonsense like that.
Eugene, we had this conversation the other day. Whether you spoke to the head of umpiring, he indicated that if the batsman walks inside the line, you have to take it from where you originally started, and that wasn't wide, Eugene.
I'm not falling for that, Chestnut. 2 balls to go in this 19th over from Ahmed. That 50 also came up there for South Africa in 19. 1 ball to go.
Straight bat, Eugene. I think that one you should have just bunted straight with a straight bat. If you're looking to play at 2 squares, very, very difficult on this wicket.
Well, I think it's a free hit coming out. I think. I'm not sure if I caught that correctly. It's coming around the wicket. There it is. The helicopter's out. So free hit. Just swing from the rafters, mate.
I think this could be a
Oh, he did swing from the rafters. He gets an edge. And that is a boundary much needed for the SN19 team.
second boundary of the game for them, Eugene? Or the third? Cape Fox is always on it in terms of stats.
Oh, he swung really hard there. Didn't leave anything left in the kitchen there. But 4 runs, much needed. This partnership now on 23 runs, and Cape Fox is going to join us after this ball, and I'll be seeing a little bit of deja vu here from what we saw on Tuesday. But I will bid you adieu, Mr. Ezra, just for a short while, and I'll hand you over to the Cape Fox to take things further.
Thank you, Eugene. as you heard, our esteemed colleague has joined us here. But difficult to see the Cape Foxes in Somerset West, but
It is, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
yeah,
Need to go to some of our nature reserves here in the
Inside,
Cape. You
yeah.
might get a sighting of one. It's a little bit of a play on words there, with, as it is going to be Tazim Ali to continue, and perhaps a little bit surprisingly, Ezra, the spinners not necessarily haven't made a breakthrough, and Mbata just plays that nicely.
so when you were off air, myself and Eugene, we spoke about how ruthless England can be at this moment at 56 for 6. So we're crying out that Moore comes back from the top end and see what he can do, maybe in a 2-over spell.
Yeah, I think that's a good cause. There's a bit of hesitation there. It's a direct hit, and umpire Ntuli asked to make a decision, and it is not out, is the decision. Excellent work done. It was a little bit of a fumble. They were thinking of going for the run, and quite wisely was Chad Mason that sent him back.
Good bit of fielding
Was
there,
excellent,
great
wasn't
throw.
it? Was it?
Touch and go, so you're going to have to make sure that the doubt always goes to the batter.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see if they keep Ali bowling this in, and then maybe bring him more back from the top end, maybe just to make a breakthrough for them, because I think there's a small partnership growing here, so you want to make sure that it doesn't get too big. So you're thinking that I have to bring back my seamer to try and break this thing up. And then obviously England will then put themselves in a position where they can actually put the final nails in the coffin.
Yeah, and that did happen on Monday as well. They had the Western Province Invitation or 11, or the Academy 11. They were 96 for 6. As they do take the single here. It's good calling, good running from Mason. He signalled leg by from umpire Shazi. They had them 96 for 6, and it was then an unbroken 7th wicket partnership, which took the Western Province Academy team to 243 for 6. So it was Josh Priott and Jordan Wolfe that both got 50s in that game and batted out the 50 overs. Unfortunately, didn't get to see England bat because of some inclement weather, but you just felt in that game they took their foot off the pedal as well. Did England, and now these two have been together for close to 10 overs. 6th wicket fell after 3 balls in the 11th over, so had a good sight of the spinners. It's been exclusively spinners bowling since then, and perhaps the danger that the spinners pose not as significant, as you say, as the pacers that we have seen from England, particularly Harry Moore.
So obviously the message from South Africa has been, listen here guys, just try and bat as long as possible. No pressure. If there's maidens bowled, whatever, it's okay, as long as we just bat as deep as possible. And I think that with the England spinners, that's actually kind of played in South Africa's hand here, because the spinners, when you're taking wickets in white ball competition, you actually playing with the pressure on the batter.
Yeah.
At this moment in time, there is no pressure on the batter, because they're 6 down, they're under the pump. So you're actually just saying, okay, let's have a look at something different. Maybe that person comes on, knocks over 1 or 2, and that's it, you know.
Yep.
So it'd be interesting to see how long England continue with their spinners.
Yeah, Ahmed is going to continue from the southern end of the ground, and yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how they do that. It may have been with Ali just the mystery ball. He does have the googly as well, but he tends to float that one up a lot more than he does with the faster leg break. So you just sense that after having seen him for now 5 overs, they are pretty much able to pick that potentially. Well, as this Ahmed continues with his 7th over. That's going down the leg side. No real interest from the bowler.
So that's a very interesting position. So they've blocked the shot that you can hit straight down to long on. So immediately Chad Mason is thinking, I got to go a little bit squarer because there's a bigger gap, and that's when you bring in the bold and LBW. But my issue at the moment is that Ahmed is a little bit inconsistent in terms of his lines. You want him to be consistently on off stump the whole time. So he's given a bit of width that South Africa's obviously missed out on, and then the one, as soon as it's on leg or middle and leg, it does turn, and that's when it goes down leg side.
Yeah, so they're giving the batter the option here again by moving move the man at short, fine, squarer.
And they've also brought long on up on the circle. So they're saying that if you want to score now, you've got to be hitting the ball over the top. So they're kind of playing games with South Africa at the moment. It was easy looking for that gap. Now I'm asking you to play something completely different.
So he's either got to play it fine down the leg side, and that's very nicely played as he just floats that one up a little bit outside the off stump, and Mason is coming back for the second. Of course, Mbata through. That's good running as well from the South African pair as they take the total to 60 for 6. So yeah, it's interesting. As I say, they're sort of playing a little bit with the batter's minds here, but then, as you say, the bowler has to be a lot more consistent in terms of where he's pitching that delivery to bring those players into the match. It's again just well played by Mason into the cover region, so one does the fielding. So this may well be, you would feel that they did.
And he's gone back out again.
Yeah, he has gone back out to the long on boundary. Just that fielding change. Manu was in at mid-on, just dropping back onto the boundary. 2 balls left in the over, maybe just trying to protect the over. That one's slightly shorter of a length. Just plays it more from the crease there as Mason.
So Mason's got to decide here, what is my strength? I don't want to take unnecessary risks, but with that I also got to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. So if my shot is to come down the wicket and just hit it too long inconsistently, I think that has got to be it. And there we saw the leggy now. If you can see, everything, his whole actions changed, and that's his variation. So only in the 7th over has he decided to bowl something different than an offie. So now as a batter you kind of recognize that. And you think that, okay, thanks for showing me what potential you have there and what is different. So I think that South Africa at this moment in time just got to carry on going the way that they're going now.
Yes, it's going to be Ali to continue. As you were saying, Ezra, probably going for that leg break that he bowled then is a sign that he's perhaps just feeling a little bit desperate that he's not able to get through. He would have expected, having picked up the wicket of Paul James in his, I think it was actually his 2nd over that he picked up the wicket of Paul James, bowled through the gates, but he would have expected perhaps a few more wickets, and he hasn't got them. Oh, that one is, yes, that is out, and that one, he didn't pick that one. It looked like the one that just went on perhaps with the arm.
No, so that's obviously the flipper. It's a lot quicker, it kept low. And then obviously Mbata played back where he should have been forward. But those are the kind of deliveries that you can play with a lot earlier. Didn't necessarily have to wait so long. Because, if you give it away, if you get scored from, that's okay, because South Africa is under the pump at the moment. So we're thinking that, okay, they've broken the partnership now, 60 for 7. Are they going to come in and bring their office? So it looks like a bit of a googly there.
Yeah, there was the googly, and he just bowled that one. Seemed to be bowling it a little bit quicker. He's been floating the googly up a little, and that's his sort of standard, that he floats the googly up. That one, he just seemed to come through a bit faster, and he caught him on the crease, as you said. Should have been forward, and was caught in no man's land, and he goes for 12. So yes, now the opportunity, batter number 9 coming in. South Africa go to 60 for the loss of 7, and you sense that he'll be using all his variations now. Ali, as coming to the crease for South Africa is Ngobani Mokoena.
So one thing I can say, and I hope that Mokoena is going to come with his positive mindsets, because in the tournaments at the Kayamajola week, which is obviously the premier under-19 tournament, schools tournament in South Africa, Mokoena has played a few lusty innings towards the back end of his team's innings. So I'm hoping that Mokoena would come in and say, do you know what, the only way I see South Africa moving forward here is by taking the game forward and playing a few shots.
Let him play his natural game. Yeah, because you feel now with number 9 in, and as you're saying, if his natural game is to attack, that if he doesn't do that, then he could well just, there's a ball that's going to have his name on it, and as we saw there with Mbata, we're neither forward nor back, and the delivery from Ali, the googly just going on, it would certainly trapped.
Just
good
think
decision.
He could be bowling that same one here as well. Oh,
yeah, he was bowling that same one again, and just gets his bat down in time. So Ali may in fact be using that. I'm sure he will throw in the standard leg break as well. But Mokoena just lunges forward and comes up off the top of the bat, but doesn't quite get to the bowler. So yeah, this is going to be a test for the young man, Ngobani Mokoena. England well on top here. South Africa 60 for 7. And he's well forward. Nicely played by the young man.
So as you can see as well, mid off, mid on is on the ring. So if I'm knocking it anywhere in that area, there's a 1.
Yeah.
So South Africa's got to look for those kind of small things to say that, how do I get to rotate the strike? So even if I'm playing a proper shot, a half defensive shot that's going to go to them, I can set up, I can make it easily. And then with that, England's obviously look now to protect the end of the over, send out long off, which I don't think is actually necessary, to be honest with you.
I would agree with you. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, it doesn't matter what delivery you're bowling, and they do take a single, as that one is misdirected from Ali down the leg side. There's a leg by, in fact, so Mokoena will be on strike at the beginning of the next over, and South Africa losing their 7th wicket in that Tazim Ali over. It was Mbata who was LBW off the first delivery. But as you said, Ezra, I mean, in terms of that, just don't know, as we look at this leg before wicket decision again, and it was an easy one there for umpire Shezi, Ntokozizi Shezi, a man who's played first-class cricket.
That's right.
And played for South Africa.
That's right.
And one or two, I think, one-day or T20 internationals.
And as I asked for, or myself and Eugene, I see Moores back into attack from the top end, hoping England is looking to blow South Africa away here for obviously the less amount of runs, the better it would be for them.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you're looking for. It's Ahmed who's bowled a spell of 7 overs, and he took 1 for 18. So as you would expect him to be, very economical, with South Africa just looking to survive and then build. But unfortunately, in that previous over from Ali was Bandile Mbata who had to make his way back to the pavilion. So Chad Mason, he's got to marshal the tail now. Mokoena on strike to Moore. The wind picks up a little bit. He's just in behind that one. Yeah, I think it's probably a good move this from England to bring back their premier strike bowler. He's got some good bounce from the southern end of the ground. It's been impressive in how he's made the batter play.
Yeah, I think obviously his start, he was looking to find a rhythm here, and then when in his second over, if I recall correctly, he's bowled the maiden, settled in on a beautiful line and length, and I think that it's going to maybe take him a while again to get into the flow, but that's his kind of area, and I think when he's a little bit more fuller than what he was previously, that's when he becomes a really dangerous prospect. So I think just looking at England's field as they have it now, not entirely sure about the deep square.
No.
So I would rather be using him at second slip, because that is actually why you brought back your premier bowler. You want to give him a chance to be able to take a wicket with having the necessary guys in the catching areas.
Yeah, and Mokoena just to the crease. He plays that one slightly up his sleeve, but it's past the one at that shortish extra cover position. They go through for a quick single. It's a good running, good awareness there from Mokoena. But yeah, you would feel they can go on the attack. I mean, they have the team 62 for 7. They've got a ring field on the offside. They have a man at third, which you would expect. But yeah, the deep backward square, I don't really understand that either. And you've got a man at a fine leg, and then at almost between long leg and deep backward square. And maybe for Mason, but you know, I don't know what you're asking the bowler to do here, because you're protecting him on the leg side, and you still have got the catcher in from a slip point of view. So yeah, he's in now is Moore. He's attacking the stumps on that occasion. Just it's the back pad. It's going to be a leg by, is it? No leg by signal by umpire Ntuli. So must have got some bat on that before it went onto the foot. It definitely went onto the foot. His back foot, Chad Mason just struggling a little bit there, as it hit him quite hard, I think, on that back foot. So, I mean, Ezra, he would be. You would hope that Harry Moore would be looking at that sort of top of off stump line here. If there's any kind of variable bounce as well. That is another good delivery. It's fielded in the covers.
Yeah. So sometimes, especially when you're coming back, your brief is to come in and knock somebody over.
Yeah.
So then that is when you start doing too many things.
Yeah.
Like you decide that I'm gonna go for full balls, and then I'm gonna maybe bowl a short ball, and you know what I'm saying. Whereas what worked for you is what you got to stick to.
Yeah. Oh, and that you sense that once again, just from an England point of view, they are going to regret the fact that they didn't put a second slip in to Mokoena. That would have been straight to that second slip, standing slightly forward. As it was, Archie Vaughan diving across to his right. You see a regulation edge, really, and that would have gone straight to the second slip. And so England here probably missing a trick, particularly to the new batter. You don't mind having one slip to Mason, but certainly to Mokoena, you would have felt they should have had the 2 slips in, and as a result he gets a single, takes a strike at the end of that over at 64 for the loss of 7.
So England has had a deep square out there, and not one ball in that over has been banged in, you know, to have a look. Is he prepared to play that shot or not? So you actually want to make sure that test him there and see whether he's prepared to take it on. If he takes it on, yes, by all means, have the man there. And as I said,
that has been taken on, and that is a huge hit from Mokoena. That has gone a fair mile over the boundary, and the first maximum of the innings, and he's done exactly as you said he would, Ezra.
No, 100%. And James, for me, that's what it's about. It's a particular mindset that you come in as a batter.
Yeah.
You practice so many things throughout, well, you can say in pre-season, in the winter, and then it carries on into the summer. So why not play the shot that you've been practicing 1,000 times? It's just a matter of how you execute it.
And that was fantastic execution. And he does well in the following ball, just to come forward and smother the spin. He played that with aplomb that first delivery. Just in the air it was, but with the wind as well. So very good choice of shot from Mokoena. Oh, that is the standard leg break, and he does try and play it through the offside, gets the edge, is taken behind by Roo, and the 8th wicket falls for the SA under-19 team with that is Nkobani Mokoena, who has to make his way. South Africa losing their 8th wicket, and that, in fact, that just one went on again with the arm, and maybe he was playing for the spin to go away. As it is Mokoena who has to make way. South Africa in all sorts of trouble now on 70 for the loss of 8. So just a reminder there that this broadcast brought to you by Sisonke Tourism and Events at sisonke-tours.co.za. And not what South Africa needed there, Ezra. Mokoena playing his natural game, but done by the leg spinner Ali. As Ray Daniels comes to the crease for South Africa, and they are in desperate trouble at 70 for 8.
70 for 7?
7-7. No, it is for 8. No, it's for 8.
It's for 8, yeah.
8, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the scoreboard on the screen not updated yet. Here we are, it'll update now. So it is 70 for loss of 8. Daniels coming in at number 10 for South Africa. He'll be facing England's number 10. He's back, Ali, and he's picked up his 2nd wicket with that delivery.
Googly there. So I just think that watching Mason also play in the different tournaments, he's also a batsman that likes to dominate attacks. He likes to go forward and take the game forward. And Raik Daniels is not a bad batsman. So the idea here is, guys, we've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to bat 50 overs.
No.
So if the ball is there to be hit, let's hit it and then try and transfer a little bit of pressure back onto England. Let them send the men out, because you can't just stand there and allow this to happen.
Now they brought in a 2nd slip now for Daniels on strike, and he plays that one very nicely into the leg side as it just strays down onto the pads, and that will be the end of a successful over for Tazeem Ali. He got the wicket of Nkobani Mokoena. He was hit for a 6 off the first ball, but he came back well, and the South African under-19 batter just caught behind, trying to play it square of the offside. And South Africa now 70 for the loss of 8. And you were saying earlier on, Ezra, perhaps if you look at the wickets that have fallen, you certainly only 1 or 2 of those that you would potentially have said were as a result of the bowling.
Yes.
And most of them really just in terms of the sort of shot selection and just the way in which the batters approached it at the crease. Certainly something that the South African team will have to work on ahead of the 2nd match on Sunday at this ground as well.
So it's all, James, sometimes when you go out there, yes, you're trying to give your top order roles and responsibilities, because sometimes it's a facet of the game that we take for granted.
Yeah.
Because we're saying, right, you, for instance, Benny Hansen, you're batting number 4. So we take it for granted that he knows exactly what number 4 needs to do in the game. And that is where you got to sit down, especially at this age, and say that, okay, my number 4, it could be the link, depending on how we go. It could be the link between us being in a very good position or us being in a difficult position. So now you say, okay, you have to maybe the first 6-7 overs, consolidate a little, and then then you can increase the scoring rate. But those are the kind of discussions that you must be having at this particular level.
Yeah.
And I can tell you now that it's not just at this level, it's also on provincial level, where where we find that sometimes a batter needs to discuss what is he going to do at certain or at different times during the game.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. You talk about, roles are so critical for the batters and the bowlers to understand exactly what their role is in the team. And as you say, and it does vary by position, varies by the type of player that you are. That's a very good short delivery to Mason from Moore. And he has got the man back almost, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, both at fine leg and at a sort of long leg position.
So like I said, James, that's his first short ball that is bowled.
Yes.
So has Mason shown intent to play it? No, not at all. So you can think that he's going to be leaving the rest of the balls that is going to be short, just because of the position that we are in South Africa.
Advances there down the wicket, tries to play it through the cover region, which isn't protected on the boundary. So very good choice of shot, well fielded by Sawant at that short extra cover position. So as you say, you can see, the plan then from a bowler point of view in looking at bowling that short delivery almost as a surprise delivery, having the fielders out there, see if Mason is going to take it on, because as you said, he's not taken on any of those short deliveries yet, and you perhaps don't expect him to. Oh, he tries to guide that one almost down into the gap, down to third, but doesn't make contact, perhaps bounced a little bit more than he expected.
So I still feel, like I said in the previous over, that guy that is on deep square will be better served if you use him at second slip.
Yep,
because if the shots that they're going to play and the bounce that Moore gets, the likelihood is it will go there, because we know that Mason and Daniels is not going to play the pull or the hook shot.
Yeah. And 100%. And there again, he's playing that one. He's trying to flay it through the offside and not making any contact, fortunately, for Mason. So not taking on the short ball, and is going to be Daniels that's going to be on strike for the next over from Ali. It's 72 for the loss of 8 as we say goodbye to Ezra for the next half an hour, and it'll be...
And we got the Cape Lion.
We've got the Cape Lion, yeah, I think so. Got Eugene Molian joining me here. And Eugene, looks like it took another couple of wickets there in that spell with Ezra, so you're either going to be banning me from commentary sometime soon.
We're getting the calls in.
Yeah. As Ali continues, and that's nicely played by Daniels, and he has looked quite good, both on the off and leg side, where anything has been in the area that he can actually just play it through for a single. Just rotating the strike, he moves to 3 off 6.
Well, I think we need to look at what scores South Africa need to get to be in even half competitive. And even at this stage, you need, let's say 150. Let's try and work it backwards. So that's about 80 away.
Yeah.
So you need to really work in tens here to try and work your way to that target.
And just waits on that one, does Mason. So Ali getting the wicket of Mokoena in the previous over, and that was, I think it was the standard leg break, but it just didn't turn very much. Went on a little bit and was a little bit faster.
It's the nature of playing to square, and sometimes you always got to tell yourself, try and hit the ball in front of square. The minute you say you're going to hit the ball square, we've seen now a few times you get into trouble on this pitch.
You do. It's Ali away from us again. That is the googly, and that is hit very nicely by Chad Mason over the sort of squarish long on region for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary. An excellent shot from the young man. We'll just look at this again.
Whether it was a googly or not, it was a full pitch ball, and I like the flow of the bat there from Mason.
And that's once again played very nicely down the ground. Just that one again tossed up a little bit more from Ali this time.
Well, still got tidy figures, hasn't he?
He
2
does.
for 21 off 7.5 overs. He's going to be bowling here now to Raik Daniels. It's probably 2 for 22. 2 balls still to go this over.
Yeah, it's still got the 2. In fact, it may be just the 1 ball to come in the over. Let's see, the 4 isn't on there. Just plays that exceptionally late down into the 3rd region, and they go through for the single, and that is the end of the over. It should be 79 for the loss of 8 at the end of 26 overs. So South Africa batting at on or about 3 and over, and if they're going to get to that score of 150, Eugene, they're going to need to continue to bat at that kind of rate. But just with only 2 wickets in the bank, very difficult to see them getting to that total, unless, I mean, these Daniels and Daniels and Mason here are going to have to, just as you say, just keep batting. That's really what it's about.
Whether it's 1 run and over or 3 runs and over, the important thing is they just got to stay there.
More in towards us again, and that's just defended into the offside, but Sawant does the fielding. Yeah, just
Good to see the big fella back here.
Yeah.
Harry Moore.
Yeah,
He's again asking the questions. He's making the batters play every time. Busy with his 7th over. I think this could probably be his last over.
could be. Yeah,
And then maybe we might see Home come on. The other seamer. See if he can home in on some more wickets for England.
this is his 3rd over in this spell. That's nicely in behind it again. Is Raik Daniels.
79 for 8 after winning the toss. Let's
Yeah.
not forget that, folks. Benny Hansen had no hesitation. He said he'll have a bat. And if the same question was asked to Archie Vaughan, and he said, yeah, no problem. We were going to bat as well. However, I don't think he would swap matters at all.
No,
Position England find themselves here over South Africa.
he's probably feeling it was a good toss to lose in this instance.
Not a vigorous appeal. People to the right of me thought it should have been more vigorous than that, but
Yeah, maybe just angling down the leg side
Oh,
from what
I can't understand. You got a teammate down. It should have been louder than that,
it should have
surely.
been, shouldn't it? Yeah, they obviously haven't had the choir practice going yet.
No, they didn't.
No, so,
No, they're just going through the motions a little bit. However, they're 2 wickets away from finishing off this innings of South Africa, and who would have thought that? And a lot has been said about the pitch, and I don't think we can say that the pitch had
no.
anything to do with the mode of dismissals. If we can see the scorecard at the end of this over, we could maybe talk through that. But certainly, first wicket to go was one that was wide outside the off stump to the left-hander, sort of nibbled at it. Lahadin sort of leant back on a drive. Rolls leant back on a drive.
Yep. I mean, Hansen was probably the one that got the
Got a good
best
nut.
delivery.
Yeah.
That was on the line. He had to play at it, and well taken by Archie Vaughan at 2nd slip.
I know Mr. Pule was very critical of that one.
Yeah.
But early doors, you want to have back and ball, and that's what you get from Harry Moore. Just at you
Yeah.
all the time here.
And there he is again this time, just too much onto the pads, and Minto does the fielding from backward square.
And even just that ball there, it was a very tight. And looking at just the way he's walking back there, he's sort of walking back like either, not sure whether he's a little bit tired or
Yeah, I don't know.
whether he's just not happy with himself at the minute. But he certainly has the body language that suggests, Harry Moore, that he's all's not well. However, maybe not getting it right.
Maybe it's just that he was upset with himself. That he just strayed a little bit too much onto the pads there. He's towards Mason now, and Mason again ducks underneath that one, isn't taken behind by Roo, and they're going to come back for a second. And not sure what umpire and Thule is going to signal. It is going to be buys as it bounced in front of Roo, and they go through for 2. As you said, it may well be more that's done for this time, and that is 82 for 8 after 27 overs for South Africa under 19. So just going through those dismissals as well, Eugene, and it was Daniel Bosman who will want to certainly forget the shot that he played. They had literally just put the man out on the boundary, and it was given the short ball, went for it, and got caught at long leg. And so that was then the 5th wicket that went down, and it was Paul James that was bowled through the gate by Ahmed, and that was the 6th wicket that went down for 33. Ali is continuing here. 7th wicket when Mbata was LBW to Ali, and then the 8th wicket to fall Mokoena, caught behind by Roo, playing very square at one outside the off stump from Ali. Perhaps a ball that he didn't need to play at, but under the circumstances, trying to get the scoreboard ticking along. He had to hit a 6, very nice 6 early on in the over. So Ali now is going to be in to Daniels.
Yeah, his preferred modus operatus here, Craig Daniels, was to get on that back foot and just punch it onto the offside. If it's on his legs, he sort of tickles it down square, so that's his game plan. Chad Mason, 20 or 42.
Yeah, he is the only batter apart from Mbata. And Mbata got 12, so only the 2 batters so far for South Africa that have got into double figures. And that was the partnership, the biggest partnership between Mbata and Mason. It's nicely played, but doesn't find the gap on the offside. It is Ahmed who does the fielding. But you're saying, Eugene, perhaps, I mean, if you look at those dismissals, you're saying probably 1 or 2 of them that were not batter-induced dismissals.
Yeah, I just feel, especially on the surface here, on any surface basically, you've got to give yourself an opportunity. You give yourself a chance to have a look. And just by the outset, we don't know what the game plan was or is from South Africa 19 during that period of time. But you're allowed to just have a look and just see, right, okay, we can go with plan A or plan B. That's pulled away. Everyone that came in, if you look at how every batsman that came to the wicket, the initial thought was to play an attacking shot.
Yeah.
There wasn't one. Yes, I know you got to show intent, but you can't show intent by just playing a forward defense and dropping it in the offside and running one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes your most intelligent shot or your best shot is almost not playing a shot. Sometimes if it is you are under the pumpers, that's very neatly tickled down the leg side as Ali strays down. It's going to is it going to get to the boundary? No, it's exceptionally well fielded down there on the boundary, and that they get through for 2.
Chad Mason not happy with Raik Daniels there. He thought maybe that should have been 3.
Yeah.
Once that ball got onto the practice pitches down there, he thought it would just run away. However, 2 runs it is.
Yeah, it was nicely played. Just losing his line a little bit there. Ali into the 9th over of his spell. He may well bowl through all 10. You would think he is going to, actually. Mason been there quite a long time now. He came in when the fall of the 6th wicket, and so he's been at the crease since 10 overs and 3 balls. That's now the end of the 28th, and it is 87 for 8.
Well, who's going to be coming on here? Is it going to be Ahmed again back into the attack? Looks like it might be. No. Our man,
Jack Home,
who's going to try and homing on that off stump is Jack Home.
Yeah.
He looks like he's making his way there to start his sort of spell.
So
another man that we saw there on Tuesday is a little bit also skitty. We'll see how he gets assistance from this pitch here. He's bowling to the end where there is a little bit of a region. If you do hit it, sometimes you do get extra bounce, but it hasn't shown that there's much bounce at all, especially with the ball getting older. They are using 2 white balls from either end. They're definitely not new anymore. 14 overs apiece they are.
And I thought for a minute there that Archie Vaughan was going to have 2 slips in place. It was Ben Dawkins who was standing at first slip. The captain brought himself back into, I thought he might come into second slip. We just felt that they'd missed a trick when Daniels, or in fact when Mokoena came to the wicket initially, and then Daniels, that to Moore they only had the one slip. It's home in towards us now. His first delivery is brilliantly taken. Another phenomenal catch to backward point by Moores. Joe Moores takes another brilliant catch off the first delivery from Jack Home, and it is this time Raig Daniels that has to go. What a fantastic take that was.
Well, you show intent, you go after the bowling, and if you hit the ball in the air, and you've got good fielders around like England have here, you're bound to get out. It was there. It sort of bounced. There's that extra bounce.
Yeah.
And again, that got big on him. That time you could see that ball getting big on him, and he still tried to go after it.
Yeah.
And I think that just shows, that shows the mindset of South African 19 there. They want to get after it, and still the pitch maybe doesn't allow them. They're in all sorts of bother here. Just one wicket left. 87 for 9.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you were saying just a few minutes ago, Eugene, in terms of South African batting lineup's approach is to certainly attack the delivery and play shots. And there again, that one, first ball of Jack Holmes' spell, first ball he's bowled on tour here in South Africa in the representative match, and it is played into that backward point region where we've seen already Joe Moore's fantastic catch.
Why not leave it?
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
not leave it? And people might say, yeah, you can go after it, was short and wide. But look how this ball just gets big on him here. It looks like he's going to play it there, a little bit lower, and the ball bounces. Now he still wants to go after it because you're allowed to leave the ball.
Yeah, especially in the situation where you're 8 down and you've still got 22 overs left to bowl or to face, as it now brings Inati Kachini to the wicket, and the slow left arm orthodox spinner, not known for his batting. I think his survival now surely just the key for him. 2 slips now in place. He's just behind it nicely, goes down to mid-off.
Not sure what happened there. We had somebody just walk straight past us there when the ball gets bowled. I'm sure you can fill me in, the Cape Fox. Just
I mean,
paraded past me here. Couldn't see a single thing.
What they do at Leicester.
Not sure what happened there. However, here he comes again.
Yeah, it's
I mean, doors make better windows, don't they?
oh, and that beats the. We're just having a bit of fun here with Mark Kahani, who's helping us here from the Western Province Cricket Association. Wonderful to have Mark around.
What a man. What a man. It just
Absolutely.
brought some more waters.
A legend, absolute legend.
Just brought
here
some
in
more
these
waters.
parts. And
And now he's gonna-
see that dismissal yet again, and as Eugene was saying, it just got big on him, didn't it? And he didn't need to play at it. Kachini facing now to home. That one he just ducks underneath wisely. Not going to have a go at that. He's got him. He doesn't. He has got a man out there. It's James Minto on the deep backward square boundary. He's got a fine leg as well.
He's not pulling this ball any day.
No, he's not.
Anytime soon.
No.
He's not going to play a pull shot. He's Katsini.
So you have to say, put him in closer. Just don't make sure that he's not able to get off strike. Kachini now facing his 4th delivery. Plays that one.
He
to
did
mid
bat.
off.
He did bat in the top 6 there for Western Province in the Kai Majola. So he has batting credentials, let's say that. But you're facing up here to seam bowlers here as Jack Home is charging in, getting a wicket off his first ball of his spell, and his tail will be up. He's got to face Ali as well. How does Chad Mason play this now? Does he take the runs on offer? Do you say, right, I'm going to bat for the majority?
Yeah.
Well, we soon find out. But we first have to get past this, the last ball of this over. No bounce whatsoever.
No, that one kept very, very low. Bounced again before getting through to Thomas Roux as Our sponsor for this competition, Sisonke, for this match, sorry, and broadcast, Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, your destination management specialists. You can find them at sisonketours.co.za. That's SISONKE tours.co.za, and they will have all your requirements seen to. If you want to bring your sporting team out here to Southern Africa, it really is no better place to bring your sporting team here to Southern Africa, and they will take care of all those requirements for you, as it is going to be Tazim Ali to bowl his last over of his spell.
6 balls to go for the leg spinner.
So wicket maiden it was previous over. Oh, Mason does decide to go. He's got him! Oh my word! That is a disaster. And Kichini caught him through for the run. He didn't respond, and then when he did respond, it was a direct hit from the fielder, and a fantastic piece of work there from the England team again in the field. And Kichini calls him through for the run, and trying to see who that is who actually threw it in, direct hit, and Mason is absolutely mortified with himself, and that is the final wicket to fall.
Well, I'm not sure whether the bowler maybe just padded onto the stumps, but England could do absolutely nothing wrong today. The only thing they got wrong, they lost the toss, but this is a great bit of fielding.
Looks like Moore, actually.
Hitting the stumps. Oh, and Chad Mason, yeah, just showing his disgust at that. That's unfortunate, but that is South Africa, under 19, bowled out in 29.1 overs in this first youth ODI.
And yeah, it looked, that may have been Harry Moore that actually threw that one in. We'll get some confirmation of that. About Ben Mays, apologies, it is Ben Mays who effected that run out. And
yeah, I think they're going to come straight out. It's just going to be a 10-minute, but that is the scorecard. Cape Fox, what a scorecard that is. 5 for Lachadin, 1 for Pillay, Roll 7, Hansen 0, Bosman got 5, Mbata, he tried to do a rearguard effort there, he got 12, he went back, Paul James got bowled for 2, Chad Mason, yeah, he was the last man out there with a run out there by Ben Hayes for 23, McQuena gone for 8, Raik Daniels 7, and Katini, he was a not-out batsman on 0, and a lot for South Africa under 19 and coaching staff to think about their batting display. But that, how is that for the bowling card there? Harry Moore, he started things off. He got 2 wickets for 17. Minto, 3 for 15. Bowled much better today than what he did on Tuesday. Ahmed got a wicket. Ali, he got 2. And Jack Holm got a wicket off his first ball. So a lot for them to be really happy about England under 19, and that is the state of affairs at the minute where we find ourselves. And I think it's just going to be a quick change where South Africa under 19 got bowled out for 87 within 30 overs.
So that's from us here for the moment. We will say goodbye, and we'll be back with you at the beginning of the England innings, which we do expect will be in about 7 or 8 minutes' time.
just didn't carry to first slip. And those are the chances you gotta have to snaffle up if you have any chance defending 87.
Eugene, you couldn't ask for a better start than that. Raik Daniels, beautiful outswinger there to start off with. He's one of the guys that was most consistent, let me put it that way, in the Kayamajola Premier Under 19 week that we had. And if we can just have a re-look at that.
Very interesting to see where Ben Dawkins is standing outside his crease. So already his game plan is, listen, I want to negate that swing. I want to stand outside. So a little bit more proactiveness been shown here by Dawkins early on. But the question I'm going to ask you again, Ezra Pule as a wicket keeper, how far are they back? You know you're going to get in different bounds. I'd rather see the ball carry and maybe you drop it, but you've got to give yourself a chance. Oh my word. Oh my goodness gracious me. What a nut.
Like I said earlier on, Eugene, Raik Daniels has been the standout player for me throughout both tournaments that we've commentated on. He's a man that loves to hone in on off stump. If this is the replay of the one that dropped short, let's just have a look.
Play that, Mr. Pule.
Eugene, I think we'll be too good. We'll be missing those.
Beats the edge once again. I'll tell you one thing. English should get the Cape Fox on here because I bet you he would have edged one of those 3 balls.
What a great start from South Africa.
Well, what a great start by Raik Daniels.
Yeah.
He's running in, he's hitting the deck hard. He realizes the man is standing outside his crease by a good couple of feet. And, yeah. Here you see him outside his crease.
Just a touch fuller, Eugene, like it was the previous 3 deliveries. And then just, you know what, those are one of the things that is a pet peeve of mine, Eugene, when the keepers, they just go too deep. And if we just look at from where we're sitting, it just looks like Benny Hansen is setting himself right behind the stumps. You want to be on off stump and just outside. Because if you look at his head positioning, it's basically on off stump. So your weight and everything is actually going in the wrong direction. So you know what Raik Daniels is going to give you. He's going to bowl the ball away. He's going to look to nick the batters off. So you can kind of set yourself looking already on your outside, looking that the ball's going to get there. But you got to make sure that the slips are in position here, Eugene.
Well, he set the tone, hasn't he? As Raik Daniels, a maiden over to start with, and Mokoena. Maybe he got the short straw. He's going to be bowling into the breeze. That's picking up a little bit. Still no clouds in sight. And he's bowling to the end where the ball has shown a little bit of indifferent bounce. So can he get one gun barrel straight here? I don't think by the looks of this field, Mr. Pule, it's going to be gun barrel straight because only the 2 men.
It takes a lot of effort, but like I said, the variation is not necessarily from the new ball, but the variation is often given from the wicket itself.
Well, so both these opening bowlers have started with absolute peaches. That one outside the off stump. Oh! Well, both ways off the surface. They're asking the questions. What they would give to have 70 more runs.
But all we're asking for is consistency. Hone in, and the ideal ball would be to hit off stump. So that's the kind of lines that you got to be looking at constantly.
Can pass the outside edge. They're in business here. I'm even looking where first slip is standing, Mr. Pule. Is he a bit deep there? Is he going to carry to first slip? Not sure.
So hopefully Benny Hansen would have summed up the conditions watching the game, knowing that the end that Mokoena is bowling to is normally the one that doesn't carry, so they can be up a little bit further.
Well, Mokoena for me, after seeing him at Kaimajola, certainly shows he's got this ability to run in. He's got this ability, as you say, to be consistent, which he's shown so far with his 4 balls. And he also has the canning knack of getting a wicket, even operating into the breeze here.
So Eugene, we've watched a lot of cricket in our life. It's, you know, opening batsmen, they're allowed to play and miss now and again. It's part and parcel of their game. And I see the look that you've given me now, saying that South Africa's bowlers are actually dominating the session as it is. These first 2 overs.
Well, I wouldn't say dominating as yet. What I would say is they gave themselves a good start.
Yeah.
They set the tone. You've said you want to see South African bowlers run in here, hit the deck. That's what they're doing. We're seeing they're getting a little bit of movement off the deck. We're seeing that. We're seeing a little bit of movement through the air. And that's all you can ask for. Because you don't have a big total. You've got 87. So I think what Benny Hansen and his coaching staff wants here from South Africa under-19 is just to make it as difficult as possible for England under-19 to get those runs.
I hear you. And the other benefit of this small little total is that if you knock over a few of the England batters, it just creates a little bit of doubt, and then they feel that the form is not quite there with them.
Oh, good shot and half stop.
So you want to be knocking over a few and taking that into the next game.
Oh, now where's Ben Mays going to go here? We saw Ben Dawkins go outside or stand well outside his crease, facing up to Daniels here. Where is he going to go? He's sort of making his mark right there on the crease.
Looks like middle stump. Looks like middle stump, Eugene.
Yeah, and I'm more interested to see how far, if he's going to go outside his crease or if he's going to be in it. They're bringing third man up now. They've got 2 slips and a gully. They're bringing more protection on the offside. I'm not a big fan of that. I know you've got to get wickets. Just a yard. Maybe just a yard.
So, Eugene, the way that I see this now with Raik Daniels having that consistent shape away from the right-hand batsman, you're looking that if there's maybe a possible edge there, that you can cover it on the third man region. Yes, it's going to be a little bit difficult not to bowl with a fine leg, but I'd rather sacrifice him because the areas that he's bowling in has been beautiful.
You want to give that gap. For me, give the gap there at extra cover and say, there, go ahead, try and drive me through there because the ball's still hard, the ball's still new. They're using 2 new balls, of course, one from either end. Can he find that edge? He's maybe just about outside that popping crease. He's Mr. Ben Mays, I should say. Need to ask Cape folks who Ben Hayes is. He rings a bell in my head. Look at him sharpening his pencil there. He's sharpening his pencil. He's ready to take wickets here. Look at him.
I'm not too sure about Eugene, because if a man mentions that Leicester's the only county in England, then you know.
My geography is very good.
Oh, powerfully driven, and cheers from the sheds there. That's the first boundary, and that goes the way of Ben Mays. Beautiful shot, straight down
beautiful.
the ground.
So there's just a slight shuffle onto off stump. Then he gets himself all lined up. If you have a look here, just a slight shuffle onto off stump, trying to negate it. There we go, and then he's allowed to hit straight through the line of the ball.
Very, very high back lift, isn't it? Even in his stance. doing all the work early doors. Umpire just checking the ball. Still white, still around, all good. You can sort of expect the next ball not to be anywhere near him. A lot shorter that time. Third over comes to an end, 5 without loss. Here are the sponsors helping broadcasting or bringing the broadcast to you. So Sonke Tourism and Events Services. There's all their details, and if you got any sporting teams that you wish to bring out to South Africa or Southern Africa, please get in touch with Sonke Tours and Event Services. They're specialists in putting a package together. I'm sure they can include golf in that as well, for sure.
Let's not get me going on the golf again, Eugene. Then you might as well have a golf tournament here.
Mokoena. Well, Ezra Pule, you told me not so long ago, you're not one to show great emotions from behind the stumps. What do you make of all the oohing and eyeing out from the South Africans so far?
I just think they themselves are surprised how well their bowlers have started. That's why the oohs and ahs. Like I say, it's part and parcel of the game, Eugene. Has to be done, I think.
There's an edge, there's a catch. That's the first wicket gone. And it's Dawkins that has to go back to the sheds there. The consistency of Mokoena have paid off.
And I think that it's also, if you have a look at this delivery, I think he didn't necessarily have to play at that, but he just felt that he wanted to feel back on the ball and then kind of just felt for it outside off stump, where he should have, I think he could have left this. If we have a look at this, I think that is more like 5th stump line, 6th stump line. Eugene didn't need to play it then.
He didn't show any intent to play at it. Maybe that's why he wasn't quite sure should he or shouldn't he. So if you're not sure, let it go. That's probably what we've seen for this game so far. The reluctance of people or batsmen just leaving balls outside or off stump, seeing how this wicket plays as the captain, Archie Vaughan, now makes his way to the middle.
So I just feel that, especially as an opening batsman, you want to be in a position where you're either coming forward, you got to tell yourself that I'm either going forward, committing 100%, or I'm committing on the back foot 100%. You cannot find yourself in between. That's when the edges start coming. So the bowler is creating a certain area of uncertainty. So you want to be kind of committed in your stance. As here we go, if you have a look at this, he hasn't really moved forward at all, and he just kind of made a mini little push forward and just felt for it with his bat.
Oh, he's really steaming in. Umpire shares, he says, no, that's going to be a wide, but that was a real effort ball there. I must say one thing that I've noticed from this England under-19 team thus far, especially from Dawkins that's out and Archie Vaughan that's come to the crease. They're quite tall batters, aren't they? So already there's a presence about them at the crease as well. What a delivery. Plenty of playing and missing out there. And South Africa, they just want a little bit of a tickle on it.
Still, if you just watch them, that way his left leg is outside leg stump, a small little shuffle across, and then from there I find it very difficult to move from there because you've kind of made that commitment already.
Oh, now you get one that doesn't bounce that much. Up and down for sure here. Well, it's all happening here at the Wally Wilson.
Eugene, I think that, and I'm gonna ask you about that. I think the look of the wicket this morning kind of gave the impression that it will be a turning wicket. Hence, everybody was happy to to bat first.
Yeah, time a bit of bounce, but good positivity shown there by Vaughn. The pitch didn't look like a 250 pitch to me.
No,
It
I would
just
agree.
didn't look about that. It looked like batter's going to have to grind it out as long and as much as possible, because it just didn't look like the ball potentially is going to come on. It looked like the spinners will be a little bit more in business here. But now we're seeing a different side of it. Two opening bowlers homing in on those stumps. Firmly hit though, firmly hit, but no run. And it's a successful over for Mokoena. 6 for 1 now after 4.
And that's what I'm actually looking for, Eugene. I'm looking for that positive movement. If I'm committing forward, I'm committing forward. And not just feeling for it, you know what I mean? So what I like is also how tall the English batters are standing at the moment. Mays, which will now be facing like Daniels again, looking to cover off stump and then play from there. So basically what he's saying is, I'll give you my LBW, which is normally I want you to hone in there, and then I can work you through the leg side.
Oh, there's the 12th fielder right there. The stumps on the far side. And I hope he's learned his lesson, Raik Daniels, from what we saw at Cubs. We've seen at Cubs, sometimes when he was under pressure, he sort of runs in a little bit too fast. For me, it needs to be just a little bit of control, because what his attributes are, he bowls good lengths, good areas, and he nips the ball away. And that is beautifully played onto the onside. It's just going to be a couple.
Now you spot on, Eugene. So the thing for me is, as a bowler, if you're running in and you see like Mays is now gone and he's covered off stump, so then you can then go a touch wider to him, because he's thinking that I've got to negate the swing here. So now he's wanting Daniels to come a lot straighter so he can work the ball in exactly that kind of area.
Oh, he's going for the glory ball, and this is beautifully played onto the onside, and that's going to be a boundary. Again, looking for that glory ball for me. Well put away by Ben Mays. And this is the sort of the go-to ball. He always tries to go from sort of leg stump or straight. That's going down the leg side. Should be just around about that 4th stump, because we haven't seen many of these batters just simply leave the ball around that stump.
I just think it's also got to do with shot.
Well, he's taking a liking here to Raik Daniels.
So
No mid on.
So it's just a small tweak, Eugene. It is just where he sets up now. So Raik Daniels is running in and he's not seeing off stump anymore. So now he's thinking that, oh, my target has to be the pads. And that's where he's overcooking it at the moment. He should have just stuck. First over has been brilliant. Stick to those lines and lengths. You want him to get caught behind the stump, because you are so good swinging the ball away and so good hitting a good area.
Well, now they're taking away the second slip. Mid-on's in place. There's no third man, folks. Can firmly hit out to mid-on. If you look at him running in here, it is rushed. It looks like he's just steaming in. Arms are going. And some people might say, but that's what you want. But it's got to be in a controlled way.
Yeah.
Because what he does is he's lacking the ball to shape now. And you can't tell me that just after 2 overs, the ball's not shaping.
Yeah. So that takes me back to how strong is his wrist position at the moment. Like you say, if he's rushing in, his whole action and everything will be rushed. So something's got to break somewhere. So there, as you can see, he's held his wrist much longer behind the delivery, and that swung a little.
5 gone. 16 for 1. Here's some of the crowd that's come in to enjoy this match. Oh, the old factor 50 is being Sort of plastered on there on the left-hand side. Sun's baking away. Oh, hello. Okay, I'll show you a bit of aggression. Archie Vaughan is saying, yet to get off the mark.
I think that you'll find that most times now with all the England teams, because it's a set mentality at the moment. So they're thinking then, I don't want the South African bowlers to settle in on a line and length and just dominate me from there.
That's nicely played. Waited for the ball to get on to him there. Finally gets off the mark. I say finally just because of the shot beforehand.
So hence you got to be brave. As a bowler, you got to be brave. If they come at you, that's okay. But you got to stick to your processes and your plans. Don't let the batsman intimidate you into changing whatever you want to do. So Mokoena's got to stick to that off stump because he knows somewhere along there.
Flash and flash hard. And Ben Mears picks himself up. Another boundary. Maybe a few words being said there as well. Who knows? But the battle line has been drawn between these two.
Nothing wrong with that. Too much width there, Eugene.
Oh, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Still two slips. And a gully. Or man in gully line, I should say. A lot straighter this time from Mokoena.
So for me, it's all about, this is the difference between South Africa and England. So we look at the English batters as they're going about their game now is when they spot anything they feel they can attack, they attack 100%. South Africa wasn't really looking for that. I think they were knocked back early, but then the intent just kind of faded a little.
How short was that? And the ball barely got up. Didn't get up whatsoever. Must have been a wide down the leg side. We'll have another look at this. Yeah, down the leg side it goes. It's going to be a wide now on the offside. Now he's lost the radar. So a couple of overs that South Africa could not afford at all.
So the way we started, Eugene, was fantastic. The first 2 overs was spot on. England then just tweaked a little. We saw that Mays covered his off stump a little bit more against Daniels, and then whatever presented itself, he attacked. The same they did here with Mokoena, and now Mokoena is starting to feel the pressure and he's starting to look for something that isn't quite there.
Yeah, easy single. And this is what I said, there's got to be controlled aggression. And all of a sudden, England they've played and missed, they've rode their luck, they haven't edged the ball. Some might say it could have gone the other way. Yes, but you said it to me in the first innings. That is cricket. You know, these things happen. I think in the South African innings, we were chasing the ball a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Could be a wide again. Umpire Shazi. Maybe showing how wide he missed the fairways there not so long ago. He's a keen golfer for 16 handicapper. He's a big man. He must be hitting a ball an absolute country mile. Not sure what I'm not sure that relates to you, Mr. Pule.
Not at all, Eugene. I'm here to focus on the cricket. I must be honest. I'm not a golf person. Let me rather just keep quiet on that one. So that is what I love, Eugene. I love to see a batter make a positive stride and leave well. That is also a sign of intent. Whereas South Africa wasn't really committing fully towards the shots. And that's when you get nicked off. or you're not quite in a position where you feel that if the bad ball does present itself, that you're on top of it.
That's the game situation where we find all below par. If you look at that, Mason 23, Bata 12, and then for the rest, as I said, it was all telephone numbers in that first innings.
If I'm just standing here, I'm looking at how deep the slip is. I just don't think that anything is really going to carry to him there, to be honest, Eugene. So these are the small little things that South Africa has got to sort out by the time the second one comes around.
Ben Mays comes from Hampshire. And
I'm not going to go down that line.
We know, what I wanted to say, we know their opening batters, they love taking it on. They had the likes of James Vince. They really take the game to you. Again on the legs, again tucked away by Mears. The chase is on. The chase is going to be in vain. And yet again, Raik Daniels looking for that glory ball. And this has sort of been his Achilles heel.
It has, and it's shown in the weeks as well. I think he was really, really consistent. But then when he is looking to take a wicket, he strays there. And if you look at that action right there, at the top of his action, his wrist and everything falling away, Eugene.
I'm going to paint a different picture on that, Ezra. I agree with what you're saying. Whenever we speak to Raik Daniels and we talk to him, and especially when his team's winning, he sort of is not happy because he's got nothing in the wickets column.
Yeah.
That first over was one of the best overs we've seen from Raik Daniels. Got an edge first ball, but he's got nothing to show him that first in that wicket column. But I think he's more going for wickets rather than just being consistent.
I agree with you. So, like you're saying, instead of sticking to off stump and hoping that, oh, well, let me rather put it like this. So, a bowler should identify where his areas are going to be for dismissals. So, Raik Daniels, when he's gone past the bat, that's when he's the most dangerous. But now he's thinking, I got to bring my team into it, and now I'm looking for something that is not really my strength.
I think it's more he wants to bring himself into it by taking wickets. I think he really personally wants wickets. Oh, that is put away. That is hit hard. I tell you what, that is well put away by Mears. In fact, I think that's Archie Vaughan, in fact, that has clubbed that a long, long way.
You know, Eugene, I just saw one of the best left-handers walk past our commentary booth now. And it's a kind of shot that he used to play back in the day, Arno Jacobs. But now how could you become an umpire, Eugene?
Well, I was about to say when he sort of graced us with his presence here, he was the type of guy he didn't want to bowl to in the nets.
No, 100%.
I mean, he picked that up for toffee. I mean, he made that look so easy, but Ben Mears as well made that look easy as well. And he clubbed that off the front foot. But now, Mr. Arno Jacobs, one of the top umpires. Edge, and that flies past second slip. I mean, you know you're cool when, as an umpire. Do you know when you're cool, Ezra?
I'd like to know,
When
Eugene.
you're standing umpire with a wide brim hat and your collar's up, mate. I've never seen him umpire with his collar down. That's when you know you're cool.
Ah, that's true. That's true. And the rapport he has with the players is good. Because knowing Arno is normally, hey, I'm telling you this way. And there's no time to argue here. Get on with the game.
I'm glad I didn't bowl him now when he's umpire. It's a few choice words. His English is better now, though. His English is top.
English is great.
Well,
And how quickly has the wicket changed just because England has a positive intent?
you're saying it looks a lot easier now.
No, it just does. It just looks like that zip that South Africa had early on. The oohs and the ahs, the first 2 overs, is now long gone, has been buried. So now you're just thinking that it just feels to me that there's no more energy in the South African team.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Ezra. We're going to bring on the wicket taker for many a week, the Cape Fox. He's going to be joining after this over, and I mean, his strike rate is impeccable.
But you see also, Eugene, anybody that supports Leicester tells you everything.
Again, played off the hips by Mez, and it's 2 easy runs, and I am joined by that wicket taker. And for South African and 19's sake, they'll be hoping that continues, Cape Fox. And a lot of oohs and ahs, a lot of good balls, but now it just seems that these two, Vaughan and Mez, getting into their work.
Yeah, and he's been really good, hasn't he, Ben Mays? He's 31 of 29, so batting it more than a run a ball. And as you were talking about, just that positive mindset at the crease has been absolutely incredible to see. And it does look like it's a completely different game this afternoon.
And just the body language already, even McQueen there, just after he bowled that ball, the body language just all of a sudden changes.
Yeah, just starting to dip a bit, isn't it? It was really good. Energy was fantastic early on from the South African under-19 team. You just felt that, and just with you talking to Ezra there, just around, particularly with Raik Daniels, and probably also here with Ngobani Mokoena, just trying too hard perhaps. That's a gloriously hit by Mays yet again, and straight to Pillay in the covers. The end of 9, 38 for 1.
Yeah, and I would love to be a fly on the wall at the end of this match, just to hear what South Africa and the 19 players and staff would have sort of made of that, especially that first innings, especially with the decision to bat first as well after winning the toss. Well, we're going to see some spin. We're going to see Katsini. Now, he's a man that used to open the bowling normally for Western Province in the Kai Majola, as well as for the Southern Superstars in the Cubs.
So he does, even with his orthodox left arm spin, he would open the bowling.
That's correct.
The Badgers.
He's going to be wicket to wicket,
And Vaughan just happy to give Ben Mays the strike here. Certainly, he's been the aggressor as Mays.
Well, are we going to see sweep, reverse sweep? We know England, they love to play those type of shots. They can go downtown as well. A little bit quicker through the air, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit quicker through the air. I think he's done the right thing here. Put Kicini on with the wind behind him. It's coming across the ground a little bit. Might not perhaps helping in sort of holding it up with the drift too much, but that's he goes for it, does Mays, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. So he is not holding back here. Is Ben Mays at all? Doesn't matter if it's a change of bowler, he's still going for his shots.
Well, they're getting an insight into this England batting side now. There we go. I said how long it would take Cape Fox.
Very long at all, was it?
2 balls?
A switch hit, and 3 balls from the spinner, and 2 balls. Yeah, it's 2 balls he's faced, and he's gone with that switch hit. Executed it well in the end.
There's a saying, you've got to know your customers.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you're right, that aggressive intent is there. He tried to give himself a little bit of room there. Kicini probably saw him coming.
Yeah, using his feet. I mean, they just don't let the bowlers settle, do they?
No.
They want to be at them all the time. 1 ball to go. How's he going to play this one out? Oh,
That's
no.
in the air, and is that going to be taken? I don't know.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Just wasn't set at all, as it was always going away from him as well in the breeze. Very difficult. Chad Mason out there on the boundary, and he's upset with himself for dropping that difficult chance, it must be said.
Good fielder is Chad Mason. The difficulty he had here was the breeze is at his back here.
Yeah.
So that ball was hanging in the air and almost drifting away from him. He had to put a dive in. He got two hands to it though. But unfortunately for him and South Africa, put it down. And that's the end of the power play. And what a power play it's been. 45 for 1, chasing a target of 88.
So Mokoena to continue from the northern end of the ground.
Oh, what a
away.
shot. What a shot that is. I tell you what, that's almost as good as his dad played it back in the day.
Lovely.
Michael Vaughan, that was brilliantly put away.
Lovely, lovely short-arm jab there, really, from him forward of square and down to the boundary for 4. Was a good shot from Archie Vaughan, just short of a length. It wasn't by any means a half tracker, and gets taken to the boundary.
Well, maybe I'm doing Archie Vaughan a disservice there.
Yeah.
Well put away, advancing down the wicket.
And that one he plays just wide of Mason at mid-off, and they go through for another easy single. Yeah, so they've made their intent known, that 50 up already for England, and that is coming in at the 11th over, or is it the 10th over?
This is the 11th, yeah.
It should be the 10th from what I see, because
Yeah,
Quena
it
bowled
should
the
be.
second over. So I think this might be the last over of the power play. We just, that's very nicely played. Just pops up off the edge of the square for Mason quite nicely.
Yeah, we'll get that scorecard fixed up for you down the bottom, but 50 it is for
Yeah.
sure. And the worrying factor for South Africa is how quickly England are scoring these runs.
Yeah. And you consider there were 2 maidens the first 2 overs, which were outstanding from the South African quicks.
It's a stand and deliver.
Yeah.
Stand and deliver
Absolutely.
from Mays, yeah. Just gets his hands through the ball. No real great footwork.
He's
hitting it in the middle.
Yes, he's played 2 youth ODIs for England so far. 96 runs he scored in those 2, 66 and a 30 he's got. So he's pretty much on par with that today as well. It's been a better over this, apart from that, probably that first delivery. It's been much better from Mokoena. He seems to be focusing more on that line and length outside the off stump.
Yeah, don't drop your head now. You still got to
No.
run in here, Mokoena. Just see the body language again. I said it just his previous over. You want to keep the body language right.
It's
Oh.
in the air, but it's going to land safe over the head of the wicket keeper, and the man at fine leg comes round not before they've taken 2.
Well, we went for the short ball, nearly got his man, and just went over the keeper. It just shows the attacking intent by these England batters. They're just not happy just dotting it up, just getting the target of 88 in singles. They want to leave a mark here. That's what they want. They want to set the benchmark for the 2 remaining games to come.
Yeah, most definitely, and short turnaround time from this one to the next Youth ODI on Sunday. In South Africa, certainly a lot of things that they will have to take home from this particular match.
Power play is a thing of the past. It is 10 overs and not 11, as you see down the bottom of your screen there. Gichini busy with his second. And it just shows how England's main approach here is to keep scoring, keeping the ball ticking along, not letting the spinners settle here.
No.
And yes, one would say it's different circumstances because South Africa was in all sorts of bother. when the spinners came on.
But there was a partnership that did develop during that time, and with the spinners on, they kept the spinners on England. They didn't go back to their strike bowler until, in fact, they hadn't really got the breakthrough necessarily, and South Africa were just becalmed almost, even when they were 6 down.
That's half stop, but still they get through for a single, and this is the difference. 3 balls bowled, 3 singles, or I should say 4 balls bowled. Still 3 singles, 2 balls to come.
So even now, if they're not getting the boundaries, they are keeping that scoring rate ticking over, and they're rotating the strike. And they're almost forcing Kachini to bowl quicker. He may be what he naturally does, I don't know, but he's not able to toss it up at all.
Yeah, this is what you get from opening the bowling. That's better. But great foot movement, great footwork by Vaughan. They have identified there's no real turn and just using their feet. There's another anguish from one of our co-commentators here. And it's not me and it's not the Cape Fox, so you can decide who that is. So it looks like we're going to have some leg spin.
All right.
Chad Mason going to come into the attack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Chad Mason bowl. He said he's done exceptionally well in both Kaimajola and Cubs week. So.
What I'm worried about is your strike rate, Cape Fox, is going up.
Yes, unfortunately, it's not maintaining it. If you're a South African under-19 supporter, then you're certainly going to be disappointed in me at the moment.
Not happy about this.
No.
Not happy.
Going to need
Cape
to
Fox.
do something, yeah.
He only takes wickets for England.
Well, he's going to have a slip. And already we see so many fielders on the boundary, which we didn't see. Now, yes, it is different circumstances, because South Africa, when they were facing the spin, they were 5 or even 6 down as well. So the hand is forced here a little bit. Keeping low, and again, just looking too square.
Yeah, that was a point you raised in the first innings as well. I mean, and on this surface where bowling to that end, we have seen some of the balls misbehave. Yeah.
They don't want bowlers to settle, do
No,
they?
they don't.
They're just going to go after them.
Yeah, he's risk associated with that shot square of the wicket, but happy to take that risk. Oh, that's great fielding off his own bowling there by Mason.
Yeah, he is a good fielder, especially off his own bowling.
Yeah. I like his energy and passion for the game that he shows. So this
Stop.
should be an interesting contest, this. Mason against Mays.
I think a sweep or reverse sweep is coming out,
Yeah, definitely. Going to be looking at that. What's he got? So he doesn't have anybody backward of square or fine on the leg side. Sort of changing his offside fielders around a bit here as well there on the offside. Just got that man at almost a backward point, and that's exactly where he goes. 100% called there by Eugene Molian, and he saw the gap that was there, and it goes down to the boundary at third for 4.
Said to you before,
coming, wasn't it?
Said to you before, Cape Fox, you've got to know your customers.
Absolutely.
Just got to know your customers.
Yeah.
He showed before he can play this reverse sweep, and there he goes, straight away.
Yeah.
Now he goes the other side and plays that fine on the leg side, and that's going to be back-to-back 4s. As he moves now to 49.
And the end of the over from Chad Mason, it was an expensive one yet again for South Africa. And just looking at the execution here, Mason having gone for the 4 off the reverse sweep, the previous delivery, just straying onto the leg side, and easy pickings, unfortunately.
Well, South African under 19 have no answer. No answer. But the freedom for England under 19 just to go out there and play because of that target. They've done all the hard work as it is. Jason Rolls that's going to come and see if he can maybe find that golden ball to get the second wicket here for South African under 19s.
Yeah, so England under 19 fairly racing towards this target now. 5 runs and over. Hasn't Ben Mays has been really good. That attacking intent really disrupted the South Africans after that first couple of overs. Those first couple of overs.
Yeah, South Africa it's not about the total they got.
No.
Maybe that's a different discussion.
Yeah.
But here it's about how quickly England are scoring here. And maybe that will be a little bit of a concern for them. But certainly that first innings, wasn't great at all.
No. And that's down the leg side, not able to be taken by Hansen. We'll wait to see what the umpire says.
Oh, was a bit of bat there.
Said there was a
Or
bit
glove.
of bat. Okay, interesting. So Mays just 1 away from his 50.
Well, he's paddled that around the corner once again. Lachadin doing the yards.
Yeah.
But it's going to be 2 runs to Mays, and what a 50 it's been for the youngster. Coming off 45 deliveries, and he certainly had that attacking intent here for England.
Yeah, and you think excellent here from Mays and from the England batters. I mean, they've come in with intent. They've had a look at the bowling early on, did lose that early wicket of Dawkins to excellent bowling from Mokoena, but since then it's really been all Ben Mays. And, you know, despite the fact that they're only chasing, 88 to win the match, you still feel they could have, the approach has been really good from England.
There's an appeal, and that is all that it will be.
Not too confident from the South Africans on that occasion. Umpire and Thuli not interested at all in that one.
Oh, this is going to go straight down the throat of Long Off.
It does.
And he's got 50, and he's got out, and he's not happy with himself. But that's the second wicket gone.
And Rolls gets his first wicket at under 19 international level, and Ben Mays has to go 51 off 48 for him. That was a very good innings from the England opener. South Africa get a much needed wicket.
Yeah, just looking at that shot, I think maybe he wanted to go a little bit squarer than that, but he just happened to hit that ball straight to Long Off. But he certainly showed us great intent. He showed England and given them that intent to just keep going and score out of a very healthy run rate here. And this game is as good as done. Might as well start the car, as they say.
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks like Aryan Sawant, who's going to be coming out to bat now. Indeed, and be joining his captain Archie Vaughan.
As every batter knows, they just want a red inker. When you 19 runs away, you're just thinking about red inkers. You're thinking for the 2 out there just to keep doing what you're doing. Please don't let me come in. The job's done.
Exactly right. It's, just having a look at that again, he just didn't get all of it, and a good catch actually taken there by Ray Daniels coming in from long off. So Aryan Sawant, one of the few batters or players in this England team that actually doesn't have any previous youth one-day international or first-class experience. He's played for Middlesex through many of the age groups, and played for Middlesex second 11 in the last season in 2024. So this is his first youth one-day international. And no doubt he'll be looking for a red inker there, definitely.
All the batters do. I mean,
Yeah.
once it gets to these numbers, yeah, they all do. Especially with a boat full of overs still left.
Yeah.
Not sure Archie Vaughan is going to sort of play it that
No.
way. The captain. There's some of the cricketers that's over here at the Gary Kirsten Academy. Just across the way here at the school. Rondebosch boys.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good bowling from Mason on the spot with that one to Vaughan. And you just sense he will be looking. He's hitting with the wind if he's playing straight towards us. Yeah.
Swept nicely, and through they come. These are again stuff that we didn't see from the first innings.
Yeah, so making sure that they don't give the ball the opportunity to turn away or to cause them any trouble. They have played, May's played those two sweeps in the last over exceptionally well, the reverse and then the conventional sweep. Yeah.
Looks fairly orthodox.
Yeah, definitely.
Right-hand
very,
batter.
very
just
orthodox.
Came in,
right
just
about
comes
it.
forward, foot forward, get to the pitch, dot ball. Maybe he'll prove me wrong.
Yeah, he might. He doesn't want to give it away, does he?
Even that time, I'm sure it's orthodox. I think it's very orthodox.
Yeah.
Others might disagree here.
How long is it going to be before he takes him on, do you think?
No, not this over. It's one ball left.
One ball left.
No,
in this
there's
one,
one ball left. You can bring up the whole field. He's just going to... Archie Vaughan,
Gonna
you can
see it
take
down.
strike the next ball
Yeah.
or next over.
Yeah, certainly that one didn't bother the pitch by bouncing, and he managed to just play it out into the offside very calmly.
Just the 18 needed now. 8 wickets in hand. I'm sure the England '19 team will be asking their manager, listen, can we make a pit stop somewhere at the beach or somewhere just to enjoy? Maybe have their cool-off session at Camps Bay, because that's
Yeah.
as cold as anything.
It is, yeah, indeed. It was the local SA20 franchise had a beach cricket day there yesterday in the afternoon. And,
Some said you were bowling there, were you, Cape Fox?
no, I wasn't. Didn't turn my arm over at all. Would have been. I wouldn't be here today if I'd done that. It was.
Powerfully hit
lovely
down the
shot.
ground by the captain. It's just going to be one, though.
Yeah, should have been two there. It was a lot of ground that the long off fielder had to make up coming to the onside of straight. Just through for the single, though. Yeah, nicely played by Sawant into the leg side, just easy as you like. Just letting it tick over now. Just the 18 runs needed. Sorry, 16 runs needed.
I'm
My
not
maths
sure.
right.
I'm not sure Archie Vaughan has got the same
Yeah.
thought plan as you there, Cape Fox.
I don't think so. I think he's.
Again, oohs and ahs,
yeah,
but that's
yeah.
well played. Just let you guys know, the game on Sunday will be happening 2 pitches to the right of the one they're currently playing on. I'm sure that was going to get a lot more water
Yeah,
over
definitely.
the next 48 hours. Oh, nearly popped that up.
Yeah,
Nearly
yes.
popped that up.
Yeah, very close, wasn't he, to going through with the shot and just getting it through there, but no danger. 73 now for the loss of 2. And Rouse finishes his second over.
Yeah. Someone just looks like he's a type of batter that just
Yeah.
plays each ball on his
Yeah.
merit.
Yeah.
He's not going to be as expansive as
No.
what Ben Mays is, or even Archie Vaughan. Certainly, he looks like a good foil
Does
for the
indeed.
rest.
Yeah, Vaughan probably a bit upset with himself there. They didn't manage to find the gap out to deep cover.
Oh dear, full toss.
And that doesn't get punished perhaps the way that it should have done. It's out to the boundary, and that Daniel's out there.
That is.
Yeah, and go through for 2. So, I mean, as a South African team here, Eugene, I mean you're going through the paces here almost. You're going through the disciplines. I mean, you've only got this 12 runs left for England to take this first one-day international, but you still have to keep with your disciplines. You still want to execute well.
I said at the start of this innings when Ezra and myself were on air, and I said, yeah, take the score aside. What
Yeah.
you want to see from South Africa is make it as difficult for them as
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah.
Now, the one that stands out, or the thing that stands out, oh, there's a big appeal. The worry and concerning thing is how quickly England
Yeah.
are scoring.
Yeah.
Now, people say, yeah, but it's just a low scoring.
Yeah.
However, the nature about it, that's going to be the concerning thing
Yeah.
here, and that's where the confidence bit
Yeah.
we're talking about then. What a
Oh,
shot. What a shot that is. Great use of the feet, easy as you like. And that has gone a long way for a maximum.
Yeah, very good there from Archie Vaughan. Yeah. And
Yeah, beautiful pickup, isn't it?
great
Great use
pickup.
of the feet. They're not scared to come down the wicket. Good use of the feet there yet again.
so that total or target now into single digits. And say goodbye to Eugene Molion. Eugene will be joining us for the post-match presentation, and that is probably not going to be too far away now as England approach the victory here. And Ezra, it's been a pretty miserable day if you're a South African under-19 supporter or player.
No, I hear you, James. But for me, it's a thing of beauty. I like to see people play positive cricket, and I think that England's thought processes are what is separating them from South Africa at the
Yeah.
moment.
And you get the sense that they, even if they were chasing 250, they wouldn't have done anything different.
No,
or,
they
you know,
wouldn't have.
Yeah, and sometimes these, even if it is a small target, but they want to put a marker down here, don't they?
No, 100%. So we find that, we say that you can't hit against the spin of the leggy. Then batter
Yeah.
comes down the wicket
Yeah.
and hits it
Yeah.
for 6 over
Yeah.
onto the leg side.
Yeah.
And that's basically, for me, what cricket is all about. England has shown us with their baseball approach that this approach is not just for their national team. The Lions, the young
Yeah.
Lions, they
Yeah.
all play the same because they know that they want to set a kind of a trend already with especially the under-19s.
Yes.
So by the time that they get the call up maybe to the national team, that they understand the approach that is needed in order to get into that particular team.
It's very important, as you say, that mindset and that understanding is developed from an early age. And we're not talking here reckless cricket. What we're talking about here is really the way that they want to approach their cricket, and the shots that we saw today from Ben Mays, for example, the one that he then did get himself out, just playing an expansive shot, but it was calculated. It was the way in which they went about it which was so important.
No, I hear you, James. So, but you see, for me, the thing is, there's an identity to their cricket. Whereas, I tell you what.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan
that looked
plays
like
that one.
I don't know, James.
In the air, Daniel Bosman, it is, I think, that takes the catch at mid-wicket. And the third wicket goes down for England, with very few left for them to get to this target. And it is that just the catch there, Bosman. I think that is Bosman at mid-wicket, takes the catch, and Vaughan has to go. That scorecard that you see in front of you there isn't actually correct. It isn't 69 for 2. It's just trying to catch up on the scores there. So very few left for England to win, as their number 5 comes out to the middle. But, probably, again, you say positive approach. I mean, he did play the ball in the air. It was a well-taken catch, but England are not going to stop doing what they're doing in terms of the approach there, as Farhan Ahmed comes to the crease.
So so they've made up their mind that this is how we play our white ball cricket, and we're ultra positive. We take it on.
Yeah.
If we blow out, we blow out. Yeah. But the majority of the time, we'll win the game if we are positive.
Yeah.
So it's great to see that it's not just from the top, but it's actually filtered all the way down through the age groups. Yeah. And they also come up with the same intent like the national team would do. So in terms of how they went about, if they're looking for a certain kind of player, there is nothing wrong with saying that, listen, I've seen this youngster in the under-19 setup that I think will fit into that particular role in the team.
Yeah, and then, as you say, as that one's just played for Ahmed to get off the mark. Yeah, Farhan Ahmed just playing that one, the 16-year-old from Nottinghamshire, into the covers.
Not Leicestershire.
No, not Leicestershire. It's just a little bit further north from Leicester. We don't normally talk about Nottinghamshire when we're in Leicestershire. It's Mason in again, and that's nicely played by Sawant into the covers, and some good work done there by the South Africans. And yeah, so you say, so they're ready when they get to that level, or when they put their hand up and they see they're ready to take on the mantle, and they've got the style of play, the way they want to play, the sort of the example that they play as they go through for a single here. That a hit, then Ahmed was going to be run out by a country mile, I think, there, but just doesn't manage to get the radar right. The South Africans just trying to get something out of this game here. So it is an interesting approach, you say, that they've taken, and say it's a brand that they've sort of developed. And it's good to see, and that is a wicket that falls, and that is the 4th wicket. Sawant caught behind by Hansen off the leg spin of Mason. That's his 2nd wicket in the over, Chad Mason, and he'll be very happy with that. It's the leg break, just going away from the right hand. He follows it into the hands of Hansen. South Africa taking some kind of solace from the fact that they've now taken 4 England wickets, and they're happy with that one.
Just looking at that, for instance. So I know you and Eugene were on here early on and talking about that it just looks like a proper player.
Yeah.
So maybe because of his, I won't say lack of intent, because I think it's not fair on him, because of what he was trying to do, just to try and push one out onto the offside to get one, it just goes. Whereas we saw with Mays, if they gave him any sort of width out there, he was either playing the reverse sweep or he was looking to hit the ball over the top. And that's what you actually want.
Yeah.
You should, especially at this level, tell yourself, you know what? I want the boys to play a type of cricket that I think it's going to stand England in good stead, and vice versa for South Africa. And then that boys will obviously then be pushing with that particular ideology or intent into the provincial setup.
Yeah.
They come there being very positive, and then maybe play their way into the team, and then it helps South Africa along the way. And I think that's maybe key of how the future is supposed to be for South Africa.
Yes. Yeah, I think. Oh, he bowled him. He bowled him. Ahmed. It goes back. He doesn't get in line with the ball, and it is Rouse who gets his second wicket. And England are now 5 down with just a couple of runs it is to get to win this match, but they somehow have contrived to lose 3 wickets in the last 2 overs. So South Africa at least getting something out of this. So we see this delivery now from Rouse.
Oh, absolute peach.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, hitting the top of off stump. He was
And then
playing for turn that wasn't there, maybe there, Ahmed.
No, I just think he wasn't positive in
No.
his intent. So, like I was telling Eugene earlier on, I want to see, like when I talk about people being positive, and the intent is one of a positive nature, I want you to be able to come forward. When you commit forward, commit forward.
Yeah.
That's intent. If you're going backwards, go backwards all the way. Don't try and get caught in between, because then you start losing a wicket like that, where it's a kind of a nothing shot.
Yeah.
So you're not saying he's either forward or back on that.
So England losing their 4th and 5th wicket with a score on 86. So just the 2 needed for them to win. It's the tall 6'7" frame of Harry Moore that is into bat now. England 86 for 5. And like you say, it's very much in terms of the gap that you see between, also here in South Africa, between sort of first class or list A level and what you see from a national setup. That's down the leg side would be called wide. And so now just 1 run, the scores are level. It's quite a big gap that you see between your better players at a provincial level and what you're seeing in the national setup. And to make that jump is quite difficult. Again, if you're playing a particular brand of cricket, you want perhaps that gap might become perhaps lower than it would otherwise be, as those are the winning runs now scored by Harry Moore. He gets off the mark with a boundary through the offside off Jason Rouse, and it is a win by 5 wickets for England in this first youth one-day international. Ezra, just some final thoughts or words from you. South Africa just really having a terrible day with the bat and not giving themselves any chance to defend any kind of total here today.
It's the classic one of, when we looked at the wicket, I thought that spin was going to play a massive role. But I also said that in the first hour there'd definitely be something for the bowlers to bowl at and with. So it actually turned out that the seamers came on and put South Africa under pressure. South Africa wasn't up for the challenge. They just looked undercooked. To be honest with you, I think that's maybe a lack of roles and responsibilities. And then England came to show how this game should actually be played. Came out, was positive, and then took the game forward.
Yeah, so it's a win here from, thank you very much, Ezra. It's a win here for England by 5 wickets in the first youth one-day international. South Africa all out for 87 earlier on in the day. Outstanding performances for England from James Minto, the left-arm seamer, 3 for 15. Harry Moore took 2 wickets. And then coming out to bat, it was the England opener, Ben Mays, that took the attack to South Africa with 51. And in the end, England winning by 5 wickets. And we say goodbye to you here from the commentary box. It will be going over to Eugene Molions. Please stay with us for the post-match presentation from myself, James King, and from Ezra Poole it's goodbye, and we'll
welcome back here to the Wally Wilson Oval here at Western Province Cricket Club for the post-match sort of presentation here after the first youth ODI between England and SA under-19 teams here. With me is Cliffy Isaacs, and he's going to hand over the man of the match, and that's going to go to Ben Mears for his 50. Don't need to do it today. Well done, well played. I'm going to ask just a few words with Benny Hansen, the captain of SA under-19. Benny, will you reverse your decision to sort of bat first there? Did it look like a pitch to bat on?
Yeah, no, I think we still would have batted first if we'd won the toss again. I think we just didn't apply ourselves really. Their bowlers bowled well, and I think we just lost too many wickets in the power play, and then we struggled to get back into it.
You should get a lot of heart from that second innings. How you guys still fought hard. You had them 5 down at the end there as well.
Yeah, definitely. And now that we're 1-0 down in the series, we're definitely going to fight back, and we're keen for Sunday.
Lot to play for still.
Yeah, definitely.
Go well for the rest of the series.
Thank you very much.
Benny Hansen, the captain there of the SA under-19. I'm going to ask Archie Vaughan to come and join me. Captain of the victorious team today. Sporting a lovely hat there. Archie, good toss to lose then.
Yeah, we'd have done the same, but obviously put it into bowl. First turnovers was crucial with Harry and Minty, and then spinners took control of the game.
So Harry Moore really does do a job for you up front there. He's a very tall man. Hits nice areas for you all day.
Yeah, he hits the stickers hard, and it's nice to stand at slip and watch it. So yeah, very good.
Your fielding was impeccable as well. You had held on to all the catches, and then sort of the bowling sort of did its job for you as well.
Yeah, I think that's crucial in these kind of games, taking your chances. Morsey and Maisie were outstanding, but yeah, took 10 chances and took them all. So,
well, a nice half day for you now for the beach.
Yeah, Cafe Caprice.
Well, enjoy today. Well done today, and then enjoy for the rest of the series.
Thank you.
That is Mr. Vaughan. That concludes matters here at the post-match presentation here. It's England under 19. They have got the first victory. So it's on to Sunday for the second ODI here at the Wally Wilson.